the first like 10 seconds doesn't actually go live. So I'm just talking into the nether at this point. Anyway, we should be live now. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us this morning to help raise funds for people who are affected by the LA wildfires. And this has been a devastating time for a lot of folks. So, this support from designers everywhere is so appreciated. I'm here today with Michelle Chu and Amanda Sweeney. Michelle's going to be helping us with all the background stuff, getting the comments section going, and highlighting comments for us to react to. And Amanda is our guest of honor today because she has a super interesting background. We met a few days ago actually, and I was like chatting with her. I was like, "Hey, you want to work on this growth role I have?" And she's like, "Nah," but we kind of hit it off. So anyway, want to talk a little bit about Michelle. Michelle, what do you do? And tell us about yourself.
I have a background in design operations. I like optimizing processes for people. And the thing that I think is really important to note is I do it all because I really I care about helping people. So the process is not what I care about. I care about making sure that the people that I support, whether it's on a design team or like an educational company, that the people at the end of the line feel like they know what the heck they're doing and that they're doing it in the most efficient way so that the people that they're trying to help actually get the help they need. So I am here specifically because I grew up in Pasadena, California, which is right next to Altadena, California. And as I hope most of you know now, the Eaton fire destroyed Altadena. And I have a very good childhood friend who I spent many years with when I was growing up at her house. Uh, her house is gone. She lived there after her mother moved out, and Altadena specifically has a history of supporting Black families and creating generational wealth. So what that means is there are Black families and other families of color who have lived in Altadena for, I'm gonna guess, 50 to 80 years, who no longer have homes. So I am supporting right now my friend Tiffany's GoFundMe. Hopefully, we can get that funded and we can help fund other families in that region. But I will be here, and yes, any donation matters. This community has been affected, and it's a working class, middle class community, very diverse, very family oriented, and I just want to help them in any way I can.
Yeah, so fun story. Michelle actually gave me some of my first gigs when I started in UX. So she's probably a big part of my career growth. Without her, I'd probably be working, I don't know, probably be like in serious student debt still. So I appreciate you, Michelle. And also, so it's not just me that's live hosting today. It will be other content creators who are doing this as well. And we all have GoFundMe's that we're targeting to help select families from Altadena to help them rebuild. So thank you so much, everyone, for donating. And we have the link in the comment section. So just click the GoFund. Well, you can't click on it. You got to copy and paste it because LinkedIn protects us from spam. So copy and paste it, and please put in a donation. We have a suggested amount of $25. If you can afford more, we would really appreciate you. And of course, the top donor for this episode, I'll give you 1 free hour coaching. We can talk about anything you like, salary negotiation, interviewing, anything really. And next, we're going to talk about Amanda because you are the guest of honor, and we've been rambling on so long. So Amanda, tell us about yourself.
Yeah, hey everyone. Thanks for asking me to join and support this cause for LA Hang, and it's so nice getting to know you a bit better, Michelle, too. I'm Amanda Sweeney, she, her, based out of Atlanta, but I've kind of grown up throughout the Southeast, so unfortunately, natural disasters in the form of hurricanes are not new to me, so empathy with the wildfires out in California for sure. I have family in Asheville, North Carolina, as well as Baton Rouge, and was there for Katrina. So things like this really matter. They're super important, and we really appreciate anybody who can donate $1, $25, like Hayden said. If you can spare more, we really appreciate everything. At the moment, I'm a fractional design partner with a studio called Forge Design, but I've done a lot, been a lot of places throughout my career. I'll kind of borrow from Michelle's little summary. I really like tinkering. I love intersections of unusual areas. It comes from kind of the people I grew up near, had a lot of mechanical influences in my life through engineering, but also art. I have a few artist influences in my family, but teachers, professors. And so all of that as a young kid kind of led me on a path to what can I do to make and learn and understand and think out loud. And you can kind of see it in the little snapshot for this link. I have a lot of odd interests, but I love product design for that reason. It allows me to think beyond just my digital computer job screen and take all those cross industry influences, but outside of interest as well, and make and think along, new paths hopefully. So yes, growth is interesting to me. 0 to 1 stuff is cool, but I've done a lot of modernizing legacy enterprise platforms and whatnot in the past. So yeah, stoked to see where our conversation leads us. But thank you everyone for joining.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Amanda, that's really fascinating because I feel like there are a lot of designers out there right now who are, I don't want to say like forced, but they're kind of like pushed into becoming fractional
Yeah.
designers to like help either through contracting or part-time with companies that don't really have the money or the capacity to bring on a full-time designer. But for you, that's a little bit different because I love your background. I feel like a lot of companies would be very lucky to hire you right now. And you kind of have the ability to pick and choose and say, you know what? I hear you, but I'm gonna pass, which happened to us. So I'm a little bit salty about that. But what's cool is you have that option, and I think that's awesome. And can you just like talk a bit about how you arrived at that? Like what motivated you to say, no more in-house design work. I'm gonna do my own stuff and pick and choose.
I think it's a very organic reaction. I didn't really ever see myself striking out and being a contrarian and kind of like going off and doing my own thing. But I don't know. I guess I'm a naturally adaptive person. Most of us are as designers. So I would say I'm sort of just adapting to my environment and the macro trends and things at play. And there's this really deep need I've kind of noticed about myself where I don't love being in an environment where everything is figured out. And there's more of that than not these days. There's a lot of churn, there's a lot of discourse about tools, but also trends on AI and where we're going. And it's something I've been looking at part of my full-time roles the last 5-6 years. But I've noticed there's more than just entropy at play for me. It's also this ethical and value alignment too. And my job is not my identity, but it's my core waking hours for the most part. And I have to be able to, for me, know that I'm spending my time and skills at a place that is worthwhile. So I'm constantly sort of oscillating and balancing, like, is there a place that I would feel good putting my head on the pillow at night, giving my core 42? If not, what are the next steps? I'm still pragmatic. I still, this is still a job, and I'm sort of doing that balancing act daily. But in the meantime, this fractional design work has been lovely. It's been really nice to be able to say yes to things. I've previously been in agencies as well as more of a visual designer, art director, and creative director role. And agencies are yes people for the most part. And that kind of like soured me.
Yeah.
So fractional is cool because you can have that dialogue, you can feel good, and then you can like both, the outcome is actually better because you're both just excited to, be doing what you're doing.
So I'm projecting a little bit here, but like I had a moment where I'm just like, why am I doing this? Like,
That's, I would be worried if you hadn't had that.
well, I feel like there are some lucky, I don't say lucky, but smarter people out there who always knew all along that this is not, the job is not their identity. And it took me a while to get that. Was there a seminal moment for you where you're like, this is messed up. Screw this. I'm doing my own thing. Can you talk about that moment, or is that like an NDA moment?
No. Oh no, never. I'm pretty candid, pretty open as Hang's learning. So I'm not an NDA kind of gal, but I don't know. I feel like I'm a true sum of the experiences sort of person. And if something's a pinpoint memory. It takes a lot. So I don't know if there was an exact moment, but I do remember going from advertising and marketing, switching into digital interfaces and touch points. There was a moment there because I was like, there's something kind of swindling about marketing and advertising, and it felt like we were, I don't know, snake oily. And of course, that's a very broad generalization. And just for me, I wanted to do something more tangible and on the ground. And I think like I sort of started dissociating back then with, I don't know if I can like hang out in this environment long term. Like, is this sustainable for just me and my brain? It didn't feel that way. And I was early 20s. So existential crisis, early 20s. I don't know. Yeah, maybe since then I've been eyes wide open a bit more. And every year, like every 4 years, it gets a bit wider on the eyes wide open part. And
Yeah.
I try to not let it jade me too much. I can be nihilistic, but there's so much optimism. My face defaults to smiling. So like it's this weird duality trying to keep it in play. Yeah. Just, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, it's been one of those things where I want to be proud to tell people where I work at and who I work for if it comes up. But you can ask the people who know me in my family life and my friend groups, design groups. I hardly ever lead with, here's what I do. Let's talk about what I do. I'm not one of those people, but if someone asks, I want to feel happy to give it the lip service. You know what I mean? So there's some choice in there. If I was to work at BlackRock, I don't know how I'd feel unless I was doing the work from inside, maybe.
So most designers are like, I'd be really proud if I said I worked at Google. Like I'm
Oh,
ex Airbnb, I'm at Google, I'm at
then
Apple.
you're gonna get me in trouble.
Well, which company are you proud to say? Like maybe you haven't worked there yet, but like which companies like high on your list of dream companies that you're like, I would be really proud to say I worked there. Don't think too hard.
Yeah,
Actually, no, you have to think really hard for this one.
I that's it's so funny that this is something you're curious about because um I've never been a logo gotta catch 'em all person either. You can see my LinkedIn, it's not logo heavy. But it's always been about the team, and I actually really enjoyed being part of no name teams for a long time because it let me talk about the work I was doing or the research I was conducting or something cool that I had noticed as a pattern and a trend, and getting to talk about things like that. um, but when you do work for a place that people recognize, you find yourself being customer service a bit and customer complaint, and you kind of get into the current state. And as designers, we love thinking about the future, and I one foot in the future all the time over here. So I don't know. As far as like a dream company, I don't know if I've worked at my dream company yet. I don't know if it exists either. I've been really heavily since 2023 looking at how people conduct themselves on the world stage, how people I know who've worked for places that I've really thought highly of, how there's been sort of some erosion there. Um, and I think everyone's going through a lot of growing pains, and some people are really getting it wrong. So,
Yeah,
what about you? I'm curious. Like, do you have a dream company?
I did. It was
I
Boston
dream people.
Dynamics.
Oh wait, okay, so you did? Who was it?
Yeah, it was Boston Dynamics.
Boston Dynamics.
You know what I feel like? We feel like we're in high school talking about our crushes. Like, who do you have a crush on?
Um,
You're like, oh yeah, this.
Call it Boston Dynamics.
Yeah. Remember watching one of their videos for Big Dog, and it was like the most fascinating video ever because it's like this behemoth just like trudging along the snow,
Yes.
and then somebody started like kicking it, and I was like, what's wrong with you? But also it just like bounced right back up. It was like super, versatile, and like it was able to like absorb the kicks from a human and stay upright. And I was like, this is so cool. And that was like maybe more than a decade ago, and now like stuck with me. It was like in my subconscious for like a decade. So when they finally had a role open, I was like, holy crap, I must apply. And I got pretty lucky, I think. So got to work on robotics for a bit and learned a lot. And then I was sorely disappointed because you're right, it's all about the people. So I want to ask you this. Like I have my own way of figuring out, is this the right team for me? What's your way? Like what questions do you ask to know if this is part of your tribe versus I'm gonna run as far away as possible because your product and your business might be like really ambitious and awesome, but you people scare me.
I'll tell on myself a little bit. I've been a culture barometer at most places I've joined. So, and I think that's because I have a really high tolerance for bullshit, which is not great, actually. I think it can be a good thing and a bad thing, because I might not raise flags as quickly as other people, but I do like to observe. I like to intake before I react. I'm not an immediate reactionary type of person. So I do a lot of gathering. I do a lot of like subliminal watching cues and really apply that design research methodology everywhere. But I don't know. I think like it's really hard virtually. I'll say that as a caveat. I think it's a hard thing to suss out cultures virtually and people virtually. But it's possible, it's doable. And when people just have just really easy off the bat things that are red flags, like um, low social EQ, low leadership EQ, things that are just like easy right out of the gate, assumptions and blankets they make, and there's no tolerance for nuance or
Yeah.
conversation dialogue. That really kind of gets me, because I love working in differing viewpoints, and I actually need that around me. I love working with someone like a product manager or engineers or other designers who do not share my point of view, who have come from different places, so we can have that conversation. And everything I've done has been on teams that are multifaceted like that in their background and train of thought. And everything we make is better. In the places that I haven't made as much interesting stuff has been kind of like echo chambery or mirrors and sameness. So yeah, I think it's more about that diversity of thought and point of view and even experience, like being in robotics and bringing it to a different, like flatter SaaS experience. That would be so rad to just like talk about the things you see versus what I might see. So, um,
So I feel like the hard part is always you get into a job and then like 6 months in you realize this is a culture and you're like,
yeah.
damn it, I'm committed now. I can't just like I don't want to be seen as a job hopper. Do
Yeah.
you have any method of figuring it out during the interview process?
No, yeah. There's the like, and I've been on the hiring side, I've been on the interviewee side, of course, and I can speak for myself and my experiences, but I'm always very candid as a hiring manager because I've always wanted that as a candidate. But not everyone's going to operate from that space. So I try to not put too much weight on the clarity in an interview moment because I just don't think you can get it unless you're in person. If you're in person, there might be an edge where you're walking the halls to go meet your next person, or you're walking into the building and you're sort of seeing and observing how people look, how people feel, doing that ethnographic observation type stuff. And but yeah, virtual, it's too hard. So I do some sort of like outside of interview sleuthing. You shared with me some of your tips too, but yeah, just try to like find ways to get input, but I don't put a lot of weight on my interview moments because I think it's just too clinical. It's a little bit veiled, and it's performative. So
Yeah, it's tough. I wish there was some kind of machine or like device where you can measure the masculine energy of a place.
I can't at all.
Yeah.
Especially from consulting. I have some fun stories
Oh, hey, give me fun
overseeing.
stories.
Not, I don't know if I'm willing to share them right now. Maybe give me a minute to think through that. But I have some fun stories about me and a business consultancy as a designer. And it's just a room full of alphas, a room full of peak masculine energy, no matter who you are, where you're from. That was kind of part of the hiring process, not for the part I joined, but for kind of the company at large. And I just remember being like, being hard and masculine is the easiest thing to be. I don't know why everybody thinks this is such like the pinnacle of human evolution to operate and move through life this way. I think it's much harder to be earnest and soft and thoughtful, considerate, while still like not compromising who you are and where you come from. So masculine energy in the world.
Yeah. Oh God. I don't know the context of how Zuckerberg said that, but I'm actually really curious. Like, what does he mean by that exactly? It's like some kind of business thing, like you're more aggressive. Anyway,
It's the whole like war euphemisms, like going to battle, having a war room as your conference room. Like there's so many.
yeah,
Language matters. Like words really do
yeah.
matter in everywhere, not just the workplace. But I don't know. I think I love kind of being a contrarian in those moments. And whenever I hear we gotta hit our target and we gotta blast our competition, and I go, I'll like drop seeds of like nurturing or growth with like bio speak and talking about like, you know what, we should really rewild our competition and maybe reach across the aisle and let's talk about ways we could build more together. And really sets people off, and that's another way you can tell culture.
So, has there ever been a like I bet you've interviewed at a bunch of places over your career. Has there ever been a place where you turned down the offer or you came like really close but didn't get the job and you think back and like, I wish I took that job?
Yeah, I had that thought about maybe one or two places. I also kind of, before I speak to that too much, I'll caveat it with what's meant to come to you will come to you. I'm a firm believer in that. I've had a lot of places I banged my head against the wall to try to get into, and it never materialized. And it was really for the best, like whether it was life fit or what have you. So if it's meant to be, I get a lot of peace, like okay, it hopefully will be. But there was one place I was trying to get into climate, like climate tech, and they were new, they had just gotten their first series of funding, and I would have been a founding designer. And at the time I just wasn't sure if I wanted to like fully go into being back to square one, like advocating for design, advocating for why learning and research is so important, as well as doing quite literally everything from the ground up. So I don't know. I don't think I was at the right headspace for that, but I think it would have been so cool to be there for that company, because it was a really interesting value prop in the product and the platform that they were building. Could be cool, but yeah, I think that one sticks out as, man, wonder how they're doing. Wish I might have explored that a bit more, but I think it was for the best too. I think I've picked up other things along the way, having passed on it. So.
I want to guess which company it is. I
Okay,
feel like I feel like I know. Should I
too.
should I guess?
Yeah, I guess
Is
if
it
you get it right, I'll tell you if it is right.
is it Watershed?
No, but
Damn.
Watershed is rad.
Yeah. That's like one of the bigger climate tech startups. I was like, that's really cool. And I
Yeah.
applied there. I didn't get it. My
Dude, Aurora Solar and Patch are both rad. That story was about neither of those, but Watershed's cool too. The thing is, I don't know. I think like with climate, there's a lot of extremely smart academic people in that space already, and I think they can get a lot done. They can move a lot on their own, and there's more of like a design engineer or a heavy technical SMEs for the climate world, engineering wise, working together, and so there's not as big of a product design kind of space. I see need, but it's not really primary, I think, for that domain at the moment. And so I think that's why I'm also not seeing a lot of come help us. Come over here at the moment. There's needs.
Okay, I'm gonna change the direction a little bit because I feel like you have a ton of valuable expertise and insight when it comes to landing fractional work. Because there are a lot of designers out there who are like, I want to do fractional design leadership work,
Mm.
and I don't really know where to get started. Besides, maybe hit up my friends or my old contacts. Like, how are you doing it, and what do you find to be effective versus not effective?
Yeah, I think with everything it ebbs and flows. Something that was really helpful for me and my partner Sarah um, was figuring out who we would say yes to. Um, because I think something that is at least different for me with fractional versus freelance. Freelance was very much a grab whatever I can, have back to back stuff lined up, have multiple things kind of piled on at one time. And it was very much trying to mimic full time or contract work um, in the older sense. But with fractional, it feels more open in the we can control who we're saying yes to. We can really have a point of view. We can see where there's a need in the market, what markets we even want to be in. We don't have to be selling one thing. My background's multifaceted, so is my partner's. And so just really getting that North Star or that vision statement. We did our own exercise and I figured that out and figured out a space that would bring us joy to work outside of if we were to get a full-time role somewhere. Um, and keep doing the fractional thing because that's what's fulfilling us. So we talked about our job not being totally fulfilling. That's fine. It's a job. Fractional work for us was saying yes to things that would inspire us, get excited, and move our career along if you could get that trifecta. And so once we had that figured out, talking to people became a lot easier, it became a lot clearer. Who to bring this up to even became a lot clearer. And uh, she has a bit more sales connections than I do, and so she sort of has a pipeline going up. She lives farther north, and she has people sort of coming to her now at this point. She's been doing this for a year. We joined forces about 6 months ago, and so our pipeline is it's good. It's got a good drip going, but it took a minute, I think, from that moment of clarity. What do we want to do? Who do we want to do it with? And that really resonates with people. The second you start talking about it, if your eyes are lit up and not dead inside, that translates. That means something. So that's been really helpful.
That's awesome. And I'm going to interrupt for a second because we've raised $95 so far for Tiffany, and that's awesome. Let's see if we can hit 200 or 300 by the end of the stream. Thank you, everyone. This is awesome. So, Amanda, I want to ask, are you able to share any parts of your vision and how that really gets people to commit to your business?
Yeah, I think I pull from sort of my on-the-job service design education I got at Fjord. A lot of that background is infused in how we bring our skills together to end up going and doing the job for people. So just because we might say yes to creating an app for a new women's healthcare platform, it would end up being, you know, are they aligned with us? Are they, interested in evergreen design principles? Are they interested in how bringing whatever they're trying to bring to their market has an afterlife? And what does that look like? So we kind of have these tenets that we hold loosely, but are important. And we sort of bring them up and bubble them up when we're talking to potential partners. And we find whatever that fit is. And we keep it time boxed. Again, fractional for us isn't renewing contracts long term. It's really kind of coming in like kind of emulsifying into their group and seeing where the need is. And most of these places don't have designers. So we'll come in, we'll meet the team, we'll meet the stakeholders, the founders, whoever, find those principles we all align on, as well as our understanding of the work. And that's just sort of like a core part of where we jump off. And whether it's a visioning workshop or, again, like I mentioned, building a quick maybe prototype for a platform to get buy-in for stakeholders to do that roadshow and raise more money, having that foundational shared vision really works and kind of says that we can speak their language. And it's not necessarily business language. I think, again, it's just sort of like these foundational important aspects. And maybe other people are doing it that way, but it does sort of strike a chord when they see that we're on the same page and we don't even live in the same house. So
I feel like a lot of agencies out there are targeting segments like we design AI products or
mm,
Web3 or blockchain or Bitcoins. And that's been taking off a little bit here and there, but it sounds like your approach is very different.
Yeah. Yeah,
And you're probably also competing against other designers or
for
other
sure.
fractional leaders out there. And also there's also Fiverr, there's Upwork and all these other services,
Yeah.
that are probably a lot less expensive and they're different. So how do you compete against them from a business perspective outside of just talking about, not that just, but like outside of talking about your values and making sure that aligns, but also making sure the numbers and everything else works?
Yeah, it's a tailored conversation every time, right? Especially, with my time at Catch-A-Fire, that's a volunteering platform. So everyone is giving their skills and time for free and in earnest. So it's something that I sort of say there's space enough for everyone. There's a space and a place for Fiverr, for Upwork, for volunteering platforms, for agencies that in my opinion are still extremely expensive and overpriced, just having seen the inside of how most of them work. Um, and trying again to find our sweet spot. We're kind of learning again, feedback loop as we go, and we adjust sort of um, for the person, the need, the problem that we're going to help with. So it's a bit tailored. We don't have just sort of like a pricing sheet that everyone has to subscribe to, but um, yeah, it's a bit nuanced. But then I think like we go and pitch, right? When we're going and we have been up against other fractional leaders, agencies, or just freelancers. Um, when we go to pitch, we just sort of bring ourselves and our point of view. And that authenticity, sometimes it wins, sometimes it doesn't. And the beautiful thing is, it's fractional. It's okay if it doesn't win. We always get feedback or at least ask for it. And sometimes it just was never going to work. It was just not going to be the right fit. And sometimes, we've taken that feedback and recalibrated. So yeah, I don't find it deterring when we go and we try to figure out what to do and how many numbers can we say we're yes, yes, win, win. Um, it really is trying to be open and accepting of what could come our way. And something I've learned from my dad, who was in sales for his whole career, was just something most people know. Just every conversation is a bridge. You can choose to flick the match. You can choose to make it sturdier. But every interaction has some sort of merit to it. So it's a small place, and maybe paths will cross again in different and new ways. So yeah, I think there's always value.
Yeah, it is a really small world in design for some
Small.
reason. It's so
Why?
strange,
How?
right? You think there'd be more designers, and
They're
I've got
shedding
like,
so many these days too. It's just smaller.
so how do you know when you're ready to be a fractional design partner or leader? Like, I think for a lot of designers, that's kind of like a scary leap to take.
Yeah, yeah. Being super honest, I think most people find themselves getting pushed into it. At least,
Yeah.
you know, I know that I had to have a little nudge, a little push. A friend of mine who also lives in Atlanta is doing her own thing, and she also had to have a nudge and a push about 3-4 years ago. So I think, especially if you start out as a career corporate designer, you get familiar with cadence and OKRs and embedded into processes. And even if you're critiquing it and saying, this sucks, there's so much overhead, so much red tape, like, I just want to do the work, there's still this comfort and familiarity and complacency. And so nudges are what sort of are sending us out here to do some excavation and exploration. But yeah, I've seen a couple really very grounded people who know themselves say like, "Oh, I've been doing this for 2 or 3 years. This is not for me. I have a good sense of self. I'm gonna go start my own thing. I don't know why you guys are playing around with corporate America or corporate design globally. Like, I'm gonna just go." And those are the kind of people I like talking to and having coffee chats with. Just so some of that can trickle down over here too, since it's differing.
Could you share a bit about your personal decision making process to arrive at fractional design leadership? because you had all these other options, right? Like you're probably going to contracting with a corporate
Mhm.
company, or you
Mhm.
can go in full time in house at a tech startup or a larger company, or you can be an agency, right? Like you have that varied background, and I feel
Yeah.
like you can go anywhere you like. How did you arrive at this?
This is, at the moment, something that can be sustainable across any aspect of career, roller coaster, loop-de-loops, whatever. It's something that I think if I didn't invest in now, I would look back in hindsight, would be kicking myself like, "Oh, why didn't I start that 5 years ago?" Um, because it's a journey. It's finding out what are those off-hour moments, what are those idyllic moments. If there's not a company that I wanna go work for, I'm gonna start kind of crafting my black book of places and people. Um, and just dragging the lead along, and that's what fractional is for me. Dragging that lead along, being able to come in as a SME, being adaptive. I love seeing different industries, and fractional kind of lets you have that flexibility without overly committing to, I need to be a yes person in this moment to have that renewal. It's a very like upfront expectation setting. Maybe that's what I'm getting from it these days. But the beautiful thing too is my partner and I, she actually just got a full time gig, and the we when we started this, we both were very like clear and had the same point of view, which was we always want to have this. This is our thing. This is our thing for us. And if we choose to spend our time full time or doing contract for someone else, great. That should never be something that takes away from the fractional piece, because the fractional should be able to scale up, scale down, ebb and flow. That's our passion project on the side, kind of stuff. Um, and so, yeah, that's sort of how we're approaching it.
I love that. I have follow-up questions, but I'm going to go back to the donation page. Thank you so much, Jennifer Blatz, William Boatwright, and John Moore. So John Moore is at the lead right now with $50. So if anybody beats him, I will coach you for free, for, well, not free, but like for your donation amount for a whole hour. We can talk about anything you like, salary negotiation. That's kind of my fort. That's my value proposition mostly. And I've helped people increase their salaries by like 10, 20, 30% during better times. Nowadays, a little bit harder, but definitely you'll get your money's worth. And I'll teach you all the ins and outs of how to ask for more money when you receive your job offer or when promotion time comes around. So see if you can beat that. Sorry, John. John's actually going to be a guest coming up soon. So anyone, if you like to get coaching from me for an hour, we can talk about anything you like. I can help you like find your next job if you like. So thank you so much. And Amanda, I got to ask you this. So I feel like people go into tech because there is this dream or this pipe dream that you'll scale and you're going to be a multi-millionaire or billionaire because you're now part of this unicorn. You're this owner of this unicorn. Or you join a company early on and then they go public and then you get millions of dollars like the folks at say Nvidia. And people who start agencies are kind of doing the same thing. They're like, okay, we're gonna grow this really big and we're gonna sell it. We're gonna like make a ton of money without working that much. What is the end goal for fractional design leadership? Is there no end goal like that, or is it totally different?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I also think like something that brings up for me is a slight side of the product design label that's been, accumulating all of the UX, UI, graphic, visual research, over the years it's snowballed and become product. But yeah, I think fractional is potentially another rebrand on what we've always called freelance or consulting or being a board member and having that leadership um, seat at the table without being fully committed. But so yeah, I'm curious as well as I'm like claiming it. I'm curious to see how it evolves, what it actually does, how I define it for myself and what we're doing over here. Um, I would love for the future. I have some aspirations on what I would like it to be. I would love for it to be sort of a community that we have for ourselves. Because something that I've noticed is this discourse around having a chief design XYZ at the table, or us absorbing CMOs, or them us, or building our own seat, building our own table. And I've sort of from the sidelines been looking at how everyone else is trying to wrap their heads around this. And I don't know, I think there's an opportunity for fractional leadership to really figure out, without all the noise of being embedded, like figure out who we are, what we want to do, what can we bring. For me, it's always about a problem, never about an outcome or a project. So like, I'll just sort of say that clearly. I'm always around the idea, the problem, and then you discern how that shakes out. So I think I would love for, fractional leaders, maybe we have guilds, maybe we have, I don't know, whatever, our own thing that we're doing, however that materializes. And it's sort of this new take on how design kind of comes into the world and meets people and problems. Very high level, very woo woo.
No, no. So when you say problems, is it more like product problems or business problems? Or are you talking about like cultural problems? Like, do you deal with design maturity?
All of it. Yeah. I mean, me personally, it's all of it. Um, and I think it's because I can't stay in my lane. When I see something, if I see a need or a problem, I immediately start kind of like capturing that in my own mind and assessing it and trying to make sense of it. And so, yeah, I mean, at Fjord, we would do recommendations and readouts and analyses on kind of everything. It was this true service design, holistic, meeting the problems and the needs, and then projecting what could this new solution for you guys be. And sometimes it's hiring a new HR department. Sometimes it's modernizing your non-desk workers and figuring out if you're going to automate and go into cutting your blue collar work time in half. Doesn't mean you should lay off half your people. Why don't you rethink those actual humans with lives and how you can repurpose 4 hours of their day? You have more human power that's already on your books. What could we do with that? And you apply your design sort of sensibilities to rethinking and reimagining what that new world could be for different use cases. So yes, sometimes it's digital products, sometimes it's people, sometimes it's ops, sometimes, it's all of it together. And I think that's why I love systems. I love thinking in systems. I love thinking and being in holistic kind of places. And that, again, not just being seen as a product designer, as a full-time role, or even as like a manager, as a director or a VP, getting to come in and really, there's a lot of value in being sort of like that third party objective role that consultants get to be, but having your kind of background of fractional history with you, I think is what starts to set it apart a little bit.
I love that. And I'm going to interrupt you for just one more second. People in the chat or any of the audience members, feel free to ask questions. We can definitely answer any of them. And we just had another $80 come in, but anonymously. So if anybody wants to claim those, please do so. I think we're going to hit our target this time. So really happy about that. Amanda, I got to ask, I feel like we've turned away from talking about making money because we're talking about like being mission driven, which is
Yeah.
amazing and awesome. But I have to ask, do you and your business partner have some kind of grand plan to make a shit ton of money? And if you don't
Yeah.
and you wanted to, how would you go about it?
Yeah. We are, I know I've mentioned this at some point, but we're pretty pragmatic dreamers, as I feel most really sharp designers love to do that balance of duality. But it's never been about money for me. I've always wanted to spend my time doing things that keep me interested and excited. And if I can get paid for it, rad. I'm not an artist, a starving artist, in the sense that I love design having a framework that I can break out of or acclimate to. And so while I'm not going to do art, I do sound like an artist occasionally. And the money is important, but the money is not what I'm in it for. And that's a place of privilege to be able to even say that. But I think money speaks to other audiences that are important, business audiences, especially. So even consumer audiences, if something's priced higher, there's still this like snap judgment people make. Oh, it's got to be made better. There's something more quality about this product because it's $500 instead of 150. So there is sort of that psychology behind pricing and the optics behind what you're charging and how you're moving through spaces. But no, the goal was never to like go out and like find the unicorn and like have our work bring us in as full time and then sell off and retire. I've actually never said I'm going to retire in earnest ever. I genuinely don't think that's in my future. I always see myself doing something. I always see myself working. I can't be stagnant. I would probably jump into a pile of needles if I ever just like was stagnant too long. I have to be building and making. But money's cool. Money's important. We're not pro bonoing everything, but it's definitely not driving our decisions.
So I love that. It's not driving your decisions, and you have a clear mission or idea of what you want to work at. And we've already established that there is no dream company for you. But if there were,
Yeah.
what would that look like? Like, how should people be building this next dream company to get designers like you to work with them?
Yeah, I think like places that have true I'm going to say some words and I don't know how I feel about them, but I feel like there's this it's like there's this cool thing that happens with true entrepreneurs. They see something, they can't sleep, they can't rest. They're always kind of going. There's sort of that facet I think would be lovely to have as a founder or as the head of whoever in a future company. So some sort of excited, driven, but it's not just driven for competition or what they've seen. It's sort of they saw this need, kind of people finding dissertations. I'll equate it to that. Like there's a grad student, they have a question, nobody in their life can answer it, none of their professors can answer it. They're like, great, I guess I'm going to be a doctorate in this now because can't I can't sleep at night. That's the kind of place I want to work for. I want to work for a place that's seeing needs, seeing problem spaces, and bringing that nascent technology that's kind of combining it with sustainable practices. And again, that's seems so frivolous and optimistic in the landscape of everything else being divested in DEI, ESG, and it's just I think there's something golden there. And I know of places like Field.io, and there's like some other more biomedical design agency hybrids out there that I've been like, oh, let me keep my eye out. I think there's something there, and I think that's the place I would love to gravitate towards and work for or work with. People looking at how to not just do it how we've always done it is really probably the TLDR.
When you said ESG, I was like, I haven't heard that in so long.
I know,
It
I
was
know.
so hot for a second.
It's a bit European too. I feel like the US uses CSR, which is corporate social responsibility more. But yeah, I don't know. I really think like we owe it. We owe it to ourselves as sort of people running at the speed of light, and we're just compounding a lot of man-made I'm going to use the word problems, but we're compounding a lot of man-made problems. And I think that the only way to sort of look at it is look at it differently, you know, do that sidestep. We don't have to stay on the train, guys. Like get off the train. Even if you have to do a tuck and roll, get off the runaway train and let's figure out, you know, something else. Like this is what we do. This is what we're good at. We're not maintenance mode people. We're those divergent thinkers. This is what our group is specifically like perfect to kind of get into and think about.
I kind of want to get your business partner on as well because it sounds like they're the salesperson and they got all the secrets and the leads and everything.
Yeah,
But
she's
if you were to give advice to somebody who wants to land their first fractional role or gig
mm,
and they've been working in-house for a while, What should they do to land this first one?
Oh, hang, I don't know if there's a straight answer for that.
Yeah, it's true. That's a bad question.
That's a bad question.
Yeah.
I feel like okay, so whenever I've done alma mater talks or, early career talks to designers, I would always give like very practical advice on when you're finding your first place you want to go work at, do the Venn diagram and just know you're going to get maybe one or two of 3 to 5 things you're hoping for, and trying to like
Yeah.
set expectations. But with fractional, at least the way I see it, it kind of turns it on its head a bit. Like, again, it could be momentary. It could be, yes, we're looking for something that's going to pay us for our IP or what we bring to the table and how we're going to advise you. But that might fluctuate depending on the opportunity. That might fluctuate
Okay.
depending on the
All
people.
right.
So.
Let's scrap it. This is it's a shit question. I'm gonna take the L on this. How about this? I know nothing about fractional design, partnership, and leadership. I don't even know what you do really. So give me an God. I'm like the worst host. Who are you? What do you do?
Wait, you don't even go here.
Give me an example of a project that a fractional design leader typically would tackle, like a concrete project. What would it be? Like a MVP for an early stage startup, or to like we have this weird design problem and we don't want to hire a chief design officer to fix it.
Yeah, it could be either of those. I know that we've done design sprints, for people. And while that's not new at all, it's something that people at small startups or, 2, 3 founding teams don't have the capacity to do that type of thing. Maybe they don't have the expertise in that themselves. So, it could be a design sprint, it could be a visioning workshop. We've done that before, or MVP. And an MVP in the sense isn't like embedding us full time forever to do the follow up work necessarily, but sometimes just a prototype. Sometimes it's building the idea and getting a prototype close enough to where they can have that roadshow to go raise, like I mentioned earlier. So it can be thought leadership, it could be research oriented or workshop oriented. Or it could be, doing, because we're both ICs, very high IC. So we can both still do our craft. We love our craft. And we can lend that to places that really need that capacity.
I love that. I feel like in the last few years, and I don't know why people equate this to IDEO, but they feel like design thinking is dead. And that's why IDEO kind of collapsed a bit. And feels like when we talk about design processes and just getting people through this cycle of things, like it's not as hot as it was years ago. I feel like more so founders and companies are looking for designers to come in and execute, like crank out all this stuff, make it look really awesome, high level of craft.
Mm.
How are you somehow bucking that entirely? Because I feel like designers are all like going into like, hey, I'm gonna do this for you. I'm gonna like crank this out for you. It's gonna look really awesome.
Mm.
And it feels like you're bucking that trend quite a bit successfully.
I guess so I can call down my answer. What specifically are you curious about my perspective on with that?
Okay, so I know a few other successful design leaders who do contracting work, and it's very output oriented. Like we're gonna crank this out for you.
Mm.
We're going to build this app for you, do this design, etc., etc. And
Mm-hmm.
people love that because they're like, I can see that, I can envision it, and this is gonna get me what I want. And what you talk about is a little bit more abstract. It's
Well,
like it's problem oriented, right? And people don't like that. Like clients don't like that. But
yeah.
you're doing it right somehow. So you got any secrets? Give me some secrets.
I think the abstract is really hard for most people to be comfortable in. We're people, we like patterns, we like recognizing patterns. Patterns are familiar. This is why a lot of people don't love jazz, like true jazz, because it's the antithesis of pattern making. Um, and so again, you kind of got to find your people. If if you're gonna be an outcome based sort of shop and group, there's a lot of need for that. We already mentioned Fiverr and Upwork and sort of these outcome focused, project oriented places and people. But yeah, with us, it's don't worry, like we can help you lead that. We can help you define that vision. We can help you do it in an authentic way where it's not just an echo chamber, because we're not just talking to you. We're going to kind of do a you conversation. We're going to talk to the people around you, and then ideally at that third layer of user or business that you're trying to capture the attention of. um, and that's worked really well. That's worked really well as far as the process goes. And we're not the first to do that, of course. And then showing sort of stories. Social proof is always going to go far with people, and I think that's one piece of advice I would give maybe people who don't have those stories or those examples or case studies. Sometimes you have to just go out in your community and solicit people and say, like, look, I can help you with this. Here's what I'd love to do. And maybe that's that first pro bono moment, or, getting sort of that story and impact proof point. But if you already have that in your repertoire, or if you've been part of that and you've been fortunate enough to have a few experiences, social proof will always go far. And being able to point at that thing and show people like, yeah, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard fit, and that's it's one of those things that I think design thinking, if I can go back for a second, the phrase design thinking, I remember being at Fjord and like all the way from Fjord to now. So I was at Fjord in 2017, 18. Design thinking was really heavy hitting on the scene with business people and non-designers, I guess I should say. And it's almost like you don't want to go to medical school, but you want to be a cardiologist. So you go to a cardiology seminar or a cardiology week-long clinic, and then you leave, yeah, being imbued with knowledge, but that doesn't make you a cardiologist. So design thinking kind of spun out for me a while back, got really buzzwordy, and I've actually never internalized, like, I don't go on a design thinking exercise. I think it's just like you approach things in a way, and yeah, there's some approaches, there's some methods, but the way you're going about stuff should always be kind of open and considered and empathetic, and then you kind of follow the clues from there. I
Thank
feel
you
like I
for
got off
that.
topic and
No,
long
no,
way.
this is it, and we're actually at time now because Jen
Beautiful.
just joined in the backstage. Hi, Jen. You're not up on stage yet, but Amanda, thank you so much for taking the time today. We filled out the whole hour and we raised probably over $200 at this point. Let's check real quick. What do we have? I think we started around 69 donations at 13,435, and we're currently at 13,635. So $200. That is awesome. This is more than I expected and hoped for. Thank you so much, Amanda. This has been a ton of fun. I hope to chat with you real soon because, yeah, you're fascinating and it's always a lot of fun. So thank
Thanks,
you.
Aaron.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great
Thank you,
day.
everyone. Bye.
And Jen, can you give me a thumbs up if you're ready to come on stage? All right. Awesome. Jen, thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate it. We're having so much fun already. It's been an hour in, and I'm still not tired yet. But I feel like you've done so much recently. You've been volunteering. You're based in LA. You grew up here, it seems like, and it's been probably really, really tough for you. Can you tell us a bit about how you're observing everything beyond just the news that we
Yeah.
see on TV?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay? I think one of my earbuds is out, but
Yeah,
yeah, I
we hear you
can
fine.
okay. I can go into my background a little bit as far as where I grew up. So I grew up about an hour outside of LA, and we actually had many, many, many fires. And so this is not new for me, but it is newer for LA. And the last 4 days have been incredibly rough. The fires have been going on since Tuesday of last week, so now a full week. And I think for many families, it's just been devastating. We've had multiple fires. I think we're at four currently, but I think we've had about 8 in total. And there's some obvious bad actors out there who are arsonists and likely lighting fires. I don't know if that is the case with the 2 that are pretty active and large right now, but I do know that there have been people who have gone out and lit fires, which was common in the area that I grew up. So the last 4 days, well, yesterday was an exception, but Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I've just been volunteering. Friday, I was taking animals from a boarding facility which had like overflow of pets and animals to a vet. And then Saturday, I spent and organizing donations and then delivering donations to donation centers. And then on Sunday, I went to the really big, I forget the name of the park, but there's a park, and it is a huge now organization, volunteers who are essentially gathering up supplies for people and sharing out that supplies, and people are just there organizing and distributing everything, anything that people would need.
For people who are outside of LA, what should we be doing?
Donating is definitely the best thing to do, without a doubt. Donating directly to the families, if you can. Maybe I'll find some way of like adding the vendors who have been doing nonstop food. Like there's some vendors that are out there that are just taking the time, and they're giving out free food to the families. And this has displaced probably about 90,000, if not 100,000 people. And so it's huge. And there's uh, several, I think we're in the billions now as far as damage. It's just enormous. Like I don't know that the sheer, like the amount of damage is even being calculated because of how active the fires are. It's like we're into the billions for sure as far as damage, but it's just so hard to calculate because it's still going on. It's ongoing.
I feel like on the news, there's been so many rumors or just like misconceptions that people are just spewing about. Like, what are some things that you see is like totally different on the ground as a volunteer?
Yeah, I mean, so don't go to Threads. Number one,
Oh
don't go to
God.
Threads. Don't read Threads. It's a mess. It is. I mean, the community's shown up in a tremendous way, in a way that I always hoped the community would, but we haven't really experienced anything to this magnitude as far as a tragedy this large. Um, and so people are just donating their time. I mean, thousands upon thousands of volunteers. And the Red Cross is here. There have been organizations who've been donating supplies in different ways, or just donating their money. It is definitely sad to watch because people were, actively crying when they were picking up stuff. But they're also extremely thankful. Like, I don't think I've ever been thanked so much in one day in my life. And so that was nice, but it was also it's just heartbreaking.
I'm really sorry to hear that. One thing that's like really pissed me off is just reading how people think the folks who are losing homes in LA are like rich people and that they deserve it. And that's absolutely not the case. You have people in Altadena that aren't that kind of filthy rich. Like it's not as easy for them to recover from it. And I think I grew up in New York City, and fortunately we've never really had to face disasters of this kind of magnitude. Like I can't even imagine what it's like to lose a home. And it just some of the things that like really upsets me is just people are just like, oh, it's just things like, you're escaping with your lives and everything. But it sounds like you've seen friends who had to undergo that traumatic experience. Like, what's it like to rebuild afterwards? Like,
Yeah,
how much work
yeah.
is it?
Well, one, there's not a lot of notice with fires, and so it can be 20 minutes to 40 minutes. Sometimes there's no notice. Like there's been a day where I was driving along a freeway and there was a fire, and it happened to be next to a temple. And so I approached the temple and told them that there's a fire, and where I used to live, fires can just grow and take over very quickly and burn up houses or burn up buildings really fast. And so it can literally be minutes like 10, 15 minutes before your house catches on fire, or it can be 20 minutes that you get from the warnings and notifications that are happening. And in that 20 minutes, I think what people fail to realize is that you are basically scrambling. Like if you're not prepared early on, and no one is prepared because we just haven't had this level of disaster in LA. If you're not prepared early on, you have 20 minutes to figure out what you're going to take for the next, I don't know, few weeks, right? And so most people would think, oh my gosh, I just need to get my kids, my pets, right? Those are the first things, like kids, pets, maybe some food. But really what we should be doing is gathering up documents or records, our photos, those photos of family members, heirlooms. So if there's rings in the family that have been passed down, right? Those things that are have value to people, those are not usually the things people reach for first. They think about the humans, they think about their animals. But in the span of 20 minutes, if you can just imagine trying to pack a bag of like, what do you need? Like, you know, there's been days where I'm like trying to pack for vacation and I'm like, oh, it takes me an hour, you know, to pack my bag for vacation. And so it's just not a lot of time. Even 40 minutes is not a lot of time from the time you're going to be warned that you need to move out of your home. So yeah, where I used to live, which is about an hour outside of LA, we had this issue with fires, and we actually refer to it as fire season. And the reason why is because in fall, we get really dry areas and really dry vegetation. Before that, we have summer, it's hot. Before that, spring, so it's a little bit more moisture. But in fall specifically, we get dry vegetation, and then we get the Santa Anas. And so those are the winds that come in, and those winds can be 40 to about 60. Sometimes they can get up to 80. Sometimes they can get up to 100 miles per hour. And so if someone lights, or even if there's a piece of glass on the ground and it happens to catch on fire, any one of those things. So if there's an arsonist, or if it just happens to be a natural fire in some way, the fire spreads incredibly fast. So those minutes are really, really important. But then rebuilding, if someone has lost their house, is just so difficult because, well, one, in most of the neighborhoods that this would occur, it's going to be their only house. Like if you can think about most of us, right? Most of us don't own a home in our generation, millennials and Zs, and some of the Xs do, but most people don't have homes. And so the people who are going to be affected are the people who are older, usually elderly, and middle class. And there is one of the areas that is affected by the fires is a wealthy neighborhood, and it is well known that this neighborhood's wealthy. That does not mean that there aren't middle class people in that neighborhood or that have been affected, right? Because that community, that neighborhood, while most of them are wealthy, and this is not Altadena, I'm not talking about Altadena, just to clarify, there are still people who work in that area who are not wealthy, right? So they're out of work. And there's even people who happen to just inherit a house or property in that area. And so that's their primary residence, or that is their one home. As far as rebuilding, I don't know what to say, because the families that I've had a handful of families that I've known that have had to rebuild their houses after the fires, which the fire is traumatic enough. I've been on site when there has been a fire, by the way, but I'll get into that in a minute. It's just so incredibly hard because you have your car and nothing else. So like you can think about how long it takes you to accumulate furniture in a home, and maybe years, right? And then you're literally just grounded to nothing. Like you have nothing. You might not even have those documents. You might only have the clothes on your back. And so it's like it is so sad and traumatic to watch, because a lot of people are just kind of fleeing their house and they're not knowing what to expect. I think there's also just a lack of there's a lack of information from the government when these sort of tragedies happen. Like they're not really sharing what you should be taking with you, right? And so it's really difficult, because I don't know really what to say. It's like you're starting from zero. Some of the families work in the same area, so they don't have work. They're the places where they work or no longer. Some of the families are living next to or close to their parents, and so um, there's been a few families that have been on the news that in Altadena specifically, where the children have lost their house and the parents have lost their house. So now it's two generations. And of course, this is probably more common than we realize, because most people in the US live closer to their parents, or within 15-mile radius of their family. And so I think for the people in the major cities, especially New York, like, and even to some extent in LA, it's hard. It's really just hard to understand, because we just have not seen anything to this magnitude. It's like we have hurricanes typically, we have flooding, right? Um, Fires it's just a different beast. I feel like with hurricanes, there's notifications. A lot of people do have some sort of warning. With a fire, you don't always get that warning. Like right now, I think people would be warned, but when these fires started a week ago and a few days ago, in some cases, they just had no warning.
Thank you for sharing all this. People, if you're able to donate any money to the GoFundMe we have linked, it would help Tiffany rebuild her home, and it would mean a lot to us. Thank you so much for William B. and Cody R. for donating.
Yeah, I can talk about a little bit about what I've seen when I've been near a fire. When I was in high school, one of my family friends' house was really close to fires, and they were about across the street, so maybe a block away, and there was a field, and it's common that these fields just go up in smoke. They could literally just start, the fire will just travel within a few minutes, and the firefighters are always trying as much as they can, but it's the wind is often the issue. And so my friend's home, she called me and she just said, "Hey, come over." We knew that there was a fire up there, so we went over. And her dad is on the second story of the house saying, "We're going to man the fort." And he is watering down the property. And I thought, okay, this guy's nuts. And I'm like, I'm just going to do what I can, right? It's until the fire comes across the street more and go to safety. But he watered down his entire property. We were standing there with hoses, as many as we could, lugging around these hoses and trying to water down everything in that proximity. And so some people do choose to stay with their houses. Luckily, that family survived that fire. Some of their neighbors were not as lucky. And the other thing is like, there's some people out there who would go like, why wouldn't they leave their houses? Some people don't have the option. They don't have someone checking in on them regularly. A lot of the people who are on the missing list, like there's about 20 people, I think it is, who are on the missing list, they're elderly. And so they may not have access to a TV, or they may not even known that this was going on, or they may not have been able-bodied to get out of the house, right? Or they may have just said to themselves, like, this is my home. I need to stay here, and I need to protect my home because it's the only thing I have. And that's what I felt when my friend's father was telling us, like, we're gonna man the fort. And so, like, luckily for my friend on that occasion, they saved their house. They really did. And we got out of there, and we got out of there when it was still safe, which I would not recommend to anyone. I would just say, like, get your things ready and get out of there. If you have time, hours, if you know hours ahead, then water down your property. But I would not tell anyone to stay with their homes. But in the same way, I sort of understand, because I've seen that firsthand experience of being there and having to make that decision. Like, are you going to save your house, which you've worked your entire life for, which your kids live in, right? Your pets live in, or are you going to try to let it go? And I think it's a really, really difficult decision. And I think in the moment, some people just try to do what they can to hold on to what they have. And I think that's totally understandable for anyone. And I don't know that people really understand what it's like to lose their home, because I doubt very few of us have. Maybe a few of us have been homeless, but it's just not something we go through. And so it's to just be removed or displaced from your home, even for a week, will have anyone feel unstable, let alone losing your house for the rest of your life.
I'm so sorry. It's just I, how I can't imagine how you as a volunteer. It sounds like you've been just spending so many hours with this in the last 2 weeks, and there must be other hundreds, if not thousands, of others who are just like you who are doing this. Like, how are you holding up? Because it's it's just so hard to imagine.
It's I I knew immediately that I needed to go out and volunteer. I was like, everything else can just hold on for a while. Um, because people unfortunately did die. People have died. And so I want to help my community. There are thousands of us that have been helping our community, that have shown up in the best way. It's like the silver lining. It's the LA I didn't know that could exist. I always had faith in. Um, but in a way, it's so beautiful to see people come together and really care about where we live, because we've had such a hard time. I think in the last 4 years, everyone has just had such a hard time. And so I think people really see that and show up. And I um, I know that it makes me feel good to be doing something for my community. Doing anything is better than nothing. And so Friday was like, I can no longer just watch this on the news. I need to go and I need to help. And I feel particularly called upon because I did live in Altadena for a few years when I moved to LA, and that neighborhood was good to me. It's a very nice, beautiful neighborhood. It is. People will stop you on the street. There's some areas in LA where they don't greet each other. In Altadena, people greet each other. They say hello. You go to parks, you hang out. Um, you're with people who care about you. And so I felt like, okay, I need to get out. I need to do something. Um, and anything at all is better than nothing. And there's so many thousands upon thousands of people who've shown up and just donated anything, like diapers, um, clothing, water, a lot of water. And it has been incredible to see at one of the bigger drives that I was at. I think it was Santa Anita Park, I think is the name. We had probably several thousand cars come through and make donations. And that was a wonderful thing um, to experience, because I, it's like, even if people can just contribute just the small amount that they have, um, it's going to be going to families who really, really care, who really need it and really care. And I've just like, being on site and having people thank me just for showing up was like enough, like I'm never going to go through what they will go through, or I hope not, knock on wood, but it was enough just to be there. And so it was just really lovely. Like, I had a friend who showed up. I didn't even know he was going to be there. I had a few friends show up that I didn't know that were going to be there. We just showed up. We happened to be in the same place, and he's just looking and he's like, this is so beautiful that there's so many people that came together and really just did as much as they could to help out in such a terrible situation. And so um he was just, he was standing there having a moment, like, this is the first time he's ever experienced such a large tragedy. But the silver lining is really that there are people who really care and want to help. And so I think it does really help to donate. It really, like if anyone's in LA, I've said this before, I will absolutely go to your house and pick up, if you have donations, if you have supplies. Right now, they're really looking for personal supplies, toiletries, things like that. Um, but I will drive to your house, I will pick up, and I will deliver to any place that needs it. And it, the most of the places that are organizing and distributing items feel pretty good. Like we feel good that we're helping out. Altadena, when I went up to Altadena, I went to someone's house, I went to someone's residence, and the mood there was just so much different. It was sad to watch. But I felt good, you know, and I had 6 boxes with me. I had just gone from a ceramic studio who decided to organize really quickly, right, and gather up supplies and take donations, and then I delivered those donations to someone's residence, which was just on the ground to help, and so literally just walked up onto their property, and they're like, "Hi," and I'm like, I have a few boxes," and they're like, "We'll help you take out the boxes," and so they had guys come out and help me get the boxes, and it it was a different it was a different feeling because I could tell in their eyes that they were personally affected. I could tell people who were there um, had gone through a really tragic time, and I don't think I knew, you know, what that was like until I was there on their property, and I just saw it in their eyes. They're just kind of in shock still. And then on Sunday, when I was at I think it's Santa Anita Park, people were visibly just crying. You know, there's just people who were understandably upset and still, I mean, working through losing their house. Um, so, yeah, it's just been tough, but it's I'm continuously impressed with how LA showed up and how many people have a bigger heart outside of LA and who are donating and are doing what they can. It's really nice to see.
Feel that. It's, you know, I feel like the design community is like pretty small. We're like fairly tight knit overall. And I just appreciate so much that people are coming on and donating money. We're a little bit over halfway to Tiffany's target of 26,000, and we've had 8 donations so far in the last hour and a half. So I really appreciate from the bottom of my heart. If anyone can spare any money to donate to help Tiffany rebuild, we would so appreciate it, and you know, find other GoFundMe's to help them rebuild at this point. So
Yeah.
I know Jen,
$25, $5, like a coffee. I know I sound like
yeah,
NPR right now, but
we sound like
anything.
Wikipedia. We're not removing this banner until we see some donations come in.
Yeah, I mean, turn off Hulu for this month. They're gonna hate me, but 11.99, whatever it is now. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Michelle.
Hi, I'm sorry. That was really abrupt. Hi, Jen. I'm Michelle. It's nice to meet
Hi.
you. I just wanted to let you know that it's my friend Tiffany who we are raising money for. She's my childhood friend, and I spent a lot of hours in that house growing up.
Oh,
And her family was very kind to me. My mom told me that she always was happy to drop me off at Tiffany's because she knew that I would be safe and I would have fun.
oh my
And
gosh.
so, like, I wanted you to know, and I want everyone to know, this is very personal. This is like a really nice, safe community full of
Yeah.
families who've lived there forever. That was her childhood home. She took it over from her mom, so she's lived there for a long time. There are, I don't even know, like hundreds of houses in that neighborhood where their grandparents lived there, and then like it's like this generational wealth is just gone. And
Yeah.
this is a really tragic thing. And the reason why we're doing this fundraiser is I was personally very upset because I couldn't find any information in Altadena. Being in New York right now, the attention was put on the Pacific Palisades fire, which is also devastating. But at the same time, I'm like, wait, but why is nobody talking about Altadena?
Altadena.
Right,
Yeah.
Altadena is it's a big deal, and I lived in Pasadena, and which is right next door. Yeah, it's a huge, huge, huge loss to the LA community. And especially for families of color, for immigrant families, for people who have built their
Yes.
lives, generations of people. It is like a war zone. It is like there is nothing left. And it is
Yeah.
incredibly, incredibly tragic. So thank you to everyone who has donated. I just wanted you to know, like, I know this person whose face we have been showing. Like, I
I'm so
know her.
happy. Yeah.
And I've been texting her because I was like, I wasn't sure how this was going to work, but I'm like, we're going to try. And the goal is like, also, I think it's worth mentioning her coworkers put together the GoFundMe. She's just in shock in, Azusa. And like, I, I'm very firm that like we are going to donate. And I firmly believe that she's going to use these funds to also help her neighbors because she is a long-standing person in that community. And that is
Mhm.
what I think we should be thinking about. We're not just giving money to like one family, we're giving money to the whole community because they are a strong community, they know their neighbors, and I firmly believe that they're all going to help each other out. So I just wanted to jump in and say that. I wanted to thank everybody who has donated so far. We have GoFundMe links. I am putting the banners up, and I'm in the background, but I just wanted to say, thank you. And then this is deeply personal, and we really, really, really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so glad to know that there's a personal story and personal connection there. And yeah, I really want to echo everything you said about that neighborhood and that area. And I went on and I've been keeping tabs on what's been going on and where the road closures are up there. When I went to Altadena, I drove along the street that I used to live on, and it was still open, and it's still open, but a few blocks up, it was closed. And I'm sure you know, but the National Guard is there. And so I think the families are really just waiting to go back if they can, if their houses are still there. And some of the families I know don't know yet if their house is there or not. So, but thank you so much for sharing that. I'm so glad you have a personal connection and that we're supporting someone who really needs it. And I absolutely know that, yes, the families up there will support each other as well. So I'm so happy you shared that.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing your story as well. Um, I'm going to get off the stage now, but I just wanted to say hello, and I'm here, and I am monitoring our donations, and I'm happy to answer questions. Just a real quick reminder. Altadena is a historical Black community. It's like the first middle class Black community in LA. It was created based on the fact that they allowed Black people to own homes, and that is one of the reasons why there are so many Black families in that neighborhood that have, lived there for generations and generations. So, when I was growing up, I didn't know any of that. Honestly, she was just my friend that I met in ballet class, and her mom picked me up from school and took me to ballet class, and my mom picked us up from school and I'm sorry, my mom picked us up from ballet class and took her home. So I was in Altadena every week. I was at her house all the time. Her family was very nice to me. I never thought about, honestly, like, it's a weird thing. I didn't realize how much it meant to me until I found out their house was gone.
Mm-hmm.
And then I realized that I had spent so many of my formative childhood years in that house. And they were just they were my family that I didn't have. So I really urge you all, if you can donate anything, honestly. We're going to be doing this all week. I'm doing some other things too. And again, it's not the amount, it's the fact that they're going to do something with this money. It's not going to go to waste. They're going to figure out what to do. And the ones on the ground in that community are the ones who know how to use the funds.
Yeah.
I think it's very admirable to donate to like organizations like the Red Cross and such. I just want to reinforce the fact that the devastation is so wide and deeply personal, and it cuts through that community so hard. So if you happen to know people who need the funds, I would encourage you to donate to people that you have a personal connection to, and weight that a little bit more heavily. Um, But yeah, I'm gonna advocate my space on the stage. But I just wanted to say thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. And you can come hang out with us anytime. You don't have to, just jump on whenever. But thank you, everyone. Cody Rainwater, you just donated $100 in the last 20 minutes. Thank you so much. We just chatted not too long ago, and it means the world to me that, we don't really know each other that well, and you're willing to just go out there and donate. Thank you so much. Jen, I feel like I was like, let's talk about design. And I roped you in, and we are talking about all this heavy stuff. And
I know.
it's like, I feel like whenever something really bad happens, people like donate for the first week, and then
Mhm.
afterwards it tapers off. But there's always like a need. Do you have any advice on like how we can support this community, those people, after the first week when donations typically like fall off quite a bit?
I don't know. I mean, other than donating, I don't know that there's a way. I have a feeling that we're going to be in a long period of rebuilding. And I thought too, like yesterday was kicking around the idea of potentially helping or having professionals donate their time to maybe the businesses that lost um, their work, or if there are designers who wanted to help with that, even having some of my architect friends potentially help with architecture or rehoming people. I don't know yet, and things are still just unfolding now. But I do think there will be some opportunities in the future. Um, I know there's going to be for sure opportunities for people who can work on site, but for people who are listening from New York and from the East Coast, I think donating is definitely what's best. Um, yeah, we can talk
Thank
about
you.
design if you want.
God, how do we
And
even
it's
pivot this?
I know it's hard to talk about something, but I think the other thing is that there are people who are listening and who are actively job searching, right? And I was unemployed for about 11 months last year, or the year before, and I learned a lot, I think, during that time. But I also know a lot about freelance. If you want to talk about that, we can also still talk about Altadena and what it's like there, whatever you want.
Let's talk about freelance for just a second, just
Okay.
to because I love your background, your experience, and you have one of the most impressive resumes or LinkedIn profiles of any designer out there. You worked at some top companies like Airbnb, Apple, Hulu, and even then, it's like it could still be really tough for people to find
Hmm.
jobs, even when your resume is stacked. What were some what was like the breakthrough point for you in terms of like how you've like was it just like a steady progress, or did you like try different things and then certain things worked and certain things didn't and you kind of like adapted?
Yeah, I mean, the majority of my career, I've been a generalist, and I think we're moving. Well, I felt like for a few years we were moving away from that, and we were becoming more specialized. But I think we're actually going back. And so I think that is the biggest thing. It's like if you have a large amount of work in your portfolio, it just takes one project to get you to that other project. But at the same time, there are these very specialized businesses, like most B2B, right? SaaS businesses are highly specialized. And so they're looking for a specific type of person. But I feel like the generalists actually have it better off typically because they can point to something in their portfolio that is very specific and concrete. It's like one project. And so if you have, let's say, 6 projects in your portfolio, just one happens to be that thing that you need, that'll get you in the door at different places. And then as far as getting in the door, it is about networking. It's about who you know. And um, there's been a few opportunities or a few times where I've had recruiters reach out to me directly, but the vast majority of the time of the jobs that I've had, or even the contracting freelance jobs I've had, have been um, just like either who I know or a recruiter's reached out to me for a specific project because I had the background or I had the experience on that specific project.
Would you say you should have one project? What does that one project typically mean? Like, is it something that should be a direct correlation to what the client most likely wants to build
Hmm.
themselves, or is it more like a generalist type of project?
I think it's that one, it's whatever is closest to the client. They always want the experience, right? Of they always want someone with experience, direct experience to what they've been building or what they're going to work on. And so it's like if you have that one project, or if you happen to have more than one, then that usually works out. Um, and I do say that B2B SaaS is a little bit different because ordinarily SaaS, they're looking for a very specialized person in most cases. And so they want someone with a breadth of work typically in that same area arena. Um, I have just my work is sort of all over the place in a good way, I think. But I've done everything from consumer apps to B2B to software, and I actually really love software. It's like one of my favorite things to work on. I really like multi-sided marketplaces. It's also just a very interesting thing to work on as well. Um, yeah, I can talk a little bit more about like setting up freelance or like what to expect with being a contractor, if that helps.
I actually want to know when you're working with clients, like is there a type of projects that they're typically looking for more recently versus other types of projects that you should then showcase in your portfolio? Like could it be some kind
Mm,
of mobile app, or is it
hmm.
MVP of an idea they want to pitch, or is it some B2B SaaS stuff?
Um, so oftentimes, right now specifically, a lot of companies are going into the AI, or they have gone into AI. And so that is the request often because those companies have gotten funding. And so there is much more AI in the marketplace right now than there was 2 years ago, right? And so oftentimes it's AI. I think right now mobile is still pretty hot in terms of contracting and freelancing. Not all projects are mobile. I would say the majority of them are still going to be a combination of like responsive web and mobile apps. But I think lately in the last 6, 8 months, I've been getting more mobile projects, so native native apps at least. And then about half the time, the work that I've gotten has been AI based, just because the funding's there for that. So that's what people are looking for. They're looking for like, oh, have you worked on AI? And the funny thing about AI is that for a lot of people, or at least for designers, it doesn't really change the way we design. It's like we're still using these popular conventions. Like, I don't want to talk about conversational design too much, but we're still using popular conventions that we've been using for the last 5 years. And so, while the rest of the industry, as far as engineering, has changed and how AI is created and how it works, designers are still using the same conventions. And so, to me, even if you don't have a project that is AI in your portfolio, if someone happens to reach out to you and they want to work with you, point to something similar and say, this is how, like, if I were to work on your project, this is how I might incorporate this element, or this is how I would change that. And it's very similar.
So, can you give me an example of that? Like a more concrete example? Because it feels like the hard part is that for most designers, they haven't worked on AI products yet.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the founders are asking for a very specific example. Like, show me that you've done exactly this so that I would feel comfortable hiring you. So, can you kind of maybe give a concrete example of how you did that when you first started pivoting into this area?
Um, I worked often on chats, so that's that's the easiest thing because conversational design and AI go hand in hand. And so I don't love chatbots. Like, I actually think they're usually not not great for UX. I think it's not a wonderful experience, but that is still what we're using. We're using text as far as AI. And so having a one-to-one on that, like having some experience with chats or creating a chat is helpful. I think also generally, which this is harder to do, but having some sort of search experience is really helpful as well. And that just gets into how the dynamics um, of it kind of depends on the platform of a platform might work in terms of AI, because I think when people search for something, they're inputting information, they're receiving a request back. And so I think there is a segue there. There's some type of middle ground that can be reached with that as well.
Have you had to pick up any hard skills or technical skills since you started in this area?
Um, a little bit. I've had to understand how models work, and it's sort of a funny thing with AI because we don't quite understand how AI makes decisions. Like we can kind of chase up, the rabbit hole and find out. And we can help AI make better decisions, and we can craft, that experience. We can get very clear um, about the expectations, but you can't always predict uh, what AI is going to say or what AI will do. And that's also sort of the beauty of AI as well.
I remember chatting with you a while back where you mentioned some methods where you were drumming up new business. And I thought it was really interesting because for a lot of other designers that I know, they're mostly getting business through content creation. Like they're constantly posting on LinkedIn, they're talking about their work. And I feel like you're more of the quieter kind, and still you're still highly effective in how you do things. So, what's your method in networking and like drumming up this new business without having to be on LinkedIn all the time and writing stuff in public?
Yeah, right now I'm sort of taking an active break. I'm working part-time right now, and this is just to like refill my tank and also think about what I want in the future, want to do long term. Um, But generally, I've been going to a lot of events. I've been going to startup events. And so there are founders there who need work, and that I connect with them. I think also it's not really this kind of idea where you go to one or two events and then you have clients. It's really about building those relationships long term. And the nice thing about the events that I go to is that we have a smaller group. It's sort of reoccurring events. It's called Startup Village. If anybody's interested, I'll give a free plug. Um, they are awesome because it's sort of the same people you see, and so you can catch up with them. You can help them work through whatever they're working on, and everyone is very generous with their time. And so there's been a few times where I've just said, like, someone's like, "Hey, do you mind checking out my app?" And my response used to be like, "Well, are you gonna pay me? Like, you gotta pay me for this." But I'll give them some UX. I'll give them some UX input. I'll tell them what's wrong and perhaps why it's wrong. I won't give them the solution. It's a little bit sneaky, but
Yeah.
I'll tell them, this is the behavior that's happening, or this is what's going on in your app. This is what people might respond to this, or this is how the behavior will change, or it'll not align with what your goals are. Sometimes I give them free nuggets of advice, but a lot of times it's just about like getting in front of them and then also showing them that there's a better way of doing something outside of how they've been doing it in the past. And I have found that founders are um, they're very open to designers, but they just don't know a lot about UX. And that's not because they're unwilling. It just happens to be that way because most founders are new to the industry, or they haven't had a lot of experience directly with designers, and so they're not sure what kind of designer to hire or what type of person to go to for freelance.
I feel like founders can be very tricky to work with as a designer, and it's just like a matter of boundaries sometimes, or they're just so misinformed about design. Like, how are you navigating that from a contracting perspective? Because I know for in-house, it can be extremely difficult. There are a lot of designers I've spoken to who are like, I never want to be a founding designer. But it's like different if you're a contractor versus being a founding designer, I mean.
Um, yeah, it is different. So I think founding designers, you should have a lot of experience. I think all founding designers should be above mid-level, and I feel very, very strongly about this. And then
Yeah.
what I would also recommend is that even if you are above mid-level, you need to work at least two places because different organizations just treat design differently. And so having exposure to how different companies operate is really healthy because then you can start to think about how you want your design team to work should the company expand. Being a contractor is different, and I think the thing that you need to know for being a contractor is you're working directly with that founder, and they really do think the product that they're working on is their baby, and it is. They like most of the founders that I know personally work between 9 and 12 hours a day, sometimes, I mean, every day. That's not like like every weekends, like every single day they are actively working on this project, and so they are consumed. Some of them are even obsessed with it. And so you're coming in as someone who can help them navigate the design, and I see that differently than a founder. It's almost like the contractor, depending on the type of contractor, but in most cases, a contractor is like, I need help implementing this idea, and it's a very like concrete idea. If you're a founder, it's going to be much more ambitious. They may like if you're starting and they haven't had a design before, they may need help with the strategy. They may need help with even thinking through the flow, right? Which is a little bit different than I think most projects when it comes to contracting. Sometimes there's some overlap, but most projects when it comes to contracting with founders or with a startup, they're a little bit later. They might be 1 or 2 years into it. And if you're like you're a founding designer, you're usually in the first year. Um, or like they don't have a product and they're trying to figure out like we have this idea, we don't know what it can be.
Yeah.
And I think that latter is it's more fun for me, but it's different types. I can
Thank you
speak
for.
to like a little bit more about how to work with founders too.
Yeah, I would love to hear that. But
Oh,
first, people donate, please.
yes, please donate.
We got $450 so far. We're over halfway to the $26,000 goal. Please, click on the link or copy and paste it into your browser and help Tiffany rebuild her home. The top donor for this episode or this hour, I will give you a free coaching session. We can talk about anything you like, preparing a resume, portfolio building, presenting your case studies, or salary negotiation. Anything you like. I've worked with plenty of founders. I've worked, with designers as well. I've seen a ton of portfolios. So I generally know what's working, what's not working, and how we quickly identify within the first 10 seconds or 15 seconds or so if this is the right designer. It's all like picking out strength signals and stuff. But going back to Jen, uh, how do you work with founders? Because that's so difficult.
Yeah. Um, it's difficult. It's very difficult. I'm not gonna lie, and I
They're
often go.
tricky.
They are tricky. It it is about relationship building, but I think the designer needs to be able to see to understand that vision really early on. Like to understand what a founder really is trying to get to and at the end of the first or second year, like where they're trying to align to, and then helping them build that. Founders are a unique type. They're typically very strict about what they want to build. They have like I want to say a more narrow idea of what they want to build, and their um, presence is a lot bigger and bolder than most product owners or even most CEOs that have been working for a long time. Founders are exceptionally passionate about whatever they're building, exceptionally. And so like I think the thing is to leverage that passion and to really try to extract ideas out of them and then decide together like what are those good ideas. And that is a long process more often than not. Um, but I think what really helps is if you can show them that you care about their mission, if you really actually care about their mission and you're interested in helping in any particular way, every way, that's what goes really far with founders. It's like, yeah, you might have been called to work on this thing over here, but there's been times where I'm like, if you need help with this other thing that I wasn't hired for, let me know. Like I have input,
Yeah.
and they like to see that because often being a founder, um, as far as tech and smaller businesses in general, they don't have the time to take everything on themselves. And so they do want to hear about other people's experiences. And often what they do is they'll listen to you and then they'll go talk to 4 or 5 buddies and they'll come back, right? And so they'll kind of combine those ideas and say like, yeah, I talked to my friends and I think we should go in this direction. And it's really important that designers also understand that that's not a bad thing. Like we have to be open to other ideas. Um, and there is typically a lot of truth in the founder networks, like what works for small businesses sometimes works really well for small businesses. And so if someone's applied an idea at an early stage, it can work really well for other businesses as well. So we have to also be really open to hearing conflicting feedback, but also hearing feedback from other founders. As far as like the day-to-day work, I actually find that founders don't like to be as organized as most businesses. I know.
What a surprise.
Wild. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm like, be careful out there.
They probably have an HR department too, right?
Do not have an HR
I
department.
know.
They
I'm
need to.
joking. I'm
They
joking.
need to. They need to, some of them. None that I work for actively right now. But yeah, it's wild out there. Sometimes it's wild out there. Founders are pretty loose and open, and so like I think there's also just this expectation that there needs to be a lot of flexibility. One thing that I was really bad at earlier in my career is I just I wanted to optimize everything and I wanted everything to be the best that it could, and I would get very, very frustrated with like when smaller things would get off and I was like, I can't fix everything, but I really want to fix these things. You kind of have to let go of that when you work for a founder. You're just like, we're going to work on this and we're going to make sure it succeeds, or we're going to try to get it as close as it can, and it's going to be really loose. It's not going to be perfect. We can hope that we're putting our best foot forward, but it's really like, hey, things are going to change in 6 months anyways. And so like getting it to a place where you're comfortable launching it or pushing it out into the world and knowing that it's not perfect and just being okay with that.
So, sorry, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, so I have a question. All right, so I got a question about this because so much of working with founders is also setting the boundaries in terms of how much you charge them, right? Because they can make a lot of asks around how to build something or how to change stuff. And a lot of times it's like, yeah, I'll do that, but you also got to pay more. Like, how do you bill founders for these kind of projects in a way that makes sense for both of you?
Yeah, that's a great question. It really depends on the work that's happening. I'm actually not very clear up front about what I do. I leave it open-ended, and that's not that's not because I want to say like, surprise, I'm going to bill you for this later, but it's because when founders come in, they have a very different opinion of what is design. I mean, all designers have a different opinion of what is design as well, but founders have a unique perspective on what design is. And so they're thinking UX, UI which may or may not overlap with product design. You know what I mean? Like they're thinking about like, I need someone to come in and work on this page and that page and that page. And really what they need is for someone to look at the entire experience. And sometimes they need someone for user research. Sometimes they need someone to help with pricing and billing and account level work and things that are just a little bit harder and more nuanced. And they don't know that. And so when I get in, I typically start with just interface, right? Like I'm a glorified UI designer. I make things beautiful. And then I start to like kind of unpack what they know about design, which is like, okay, actually it's about the UX. And like we have this nice layer of visuals above it, but we need to be thinking about this. We need to be thinking about these complex problems that are going to happen if we build out this way. And then I try to introduce user research. And so at some point, and I always try to launch with that. And I always tell them like, we should talk to people about this. And they're like, okay, like, and it's typically a few $100, right? For like 6 people or whatever it is. So it's not, it to them, after you phrase it that way, like you will learn more in 2 hours than what I've told you in the last few weeks. Like that they're usually happy. And so I start out contracting at hourly, and then I usually go to a retainer if I'm going to be utilized for these other things that are a little bit more ambiguous or unclear, not defined well in a job description, not UI. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Well, except for the part where you sold research to founders, because that's crazy. Rarely ever happens. So I'm super impressed. I'm like, okay, when you frame it that way, I can see how people are like, yeah, I could spend a few $100 to learn everything that I need to know.
Yeah, it's a few
It's hard.
$100, you know, and I'm like, yeah, it's $25 a person. We only need like 6 or 7 people. Like, you know, like it's fine. Like you're going to pay me more, you know, than that.
Yeah.
And you'll learn and you'll be able to see exactly what they say. And I have noticed there is a newer generation of founders who are more open to research. And that is nice because I think there was a barrier there in the past, but I think people are they're listening to this idea that we need to hear our customers and they want to know earlier on. And so they can get more feedback. And so it's not a hard sell, but it's definitely it's not an easy one either.
What do you think is like the biggest driver of that change of this new breed of founders who are now open to user research? Because I've seen the opposite where I'm just like, you don't know what you're building yet. Why don't you hire a user researcher for like, 3 months, figure that shit out, and then we can like talk about all this other stuff. And they're just like, no, that's crazy.
I was going to say Amazon, but I don't want to say Amazon.
Oh God. Once in a while they do some good. Once in a while, right? Yeah. Okay. I'll stop there. But I know we're a little bit over time right now. I'm always open to keep going. It's up to you. I can always answer some of the questions in the chat as well with ATS and resumes. Or is there anything else you want to talk about? Because I'm always open.
I can stay on for another 5 or 10 or 15 minutes. I'm pretty open. Yeah. Let's go to questions if there are any.
All right. So Mauro Medina asks, could you speak to resume building if you have time? This is one of the things I find very difficult when it comes to applying to jobs and fitting formats for ATS and AI tools. Okay, I deal with this a little bit more as a recruiter, and I will say that our understanding of ATS is fundamentally wrong for most people. Most people think ATS is some kind of like a software tool that like makes decisions for people, and with the advent of AI, now we think that it's making decisions as to like which resumes get looked at by a real human being and which ones get trashed. And the thing is that the companies that are making the ATS, the applicant tracking systems, they have no ability to implement AI because they really just didn't have much ability to create a working ATS beforehand. It's really just a glorified filing cabinet that holds all your information, like a database, really. and it makes it stores information and then allows you to view the information in an efficient way. So how does that work? This is gonna go a little bit long, so definitely like message me tomorrow after this, and I'll maybe talk a little bit more about this during a live later on. But going back to you, Jen, because I think this is fascinating because I'm impressed by what you're doing because founders are so difficult to work with, and
They are.
you're able to kind of like pin them down a little bit, a little tricky sometimes, and you're getting them to do the things that many designers dream of, like that they would finally do, like user research. So maybe how about this? Like, how do you identify a good founder versus like a founder that you're like, no, I'm not gonna work with you, like early on without
Oh,
investing a lot of time and
oh my
energy into it?
gosh. It's so hard to know.
Yeah,
I
it
do have
is.
secrets. I do have secrets though. Good founders get back to you really quickly.
Oh,
Yes, they are on top. I mean, same day, sometimes within the hour, within 2 hours, they are
uh-huh.
very responsive. And it's hard to like, I think the other thing is like, we tend to say like founders, there are some duds out there. I'll put it that way. But I think what people need to look at is what is the idea? Right.
Okay.
And my secret is that I look for mission driven companies. And I think because mission driven companies typically are around a human aspect, and those founders actually care about people. Um, and the people who care about people typically have some sort of, they can have empathy for others, right? Or they understand how to treat other people. That has been my secret. With that said, I have known some B2B companies or founders who've been really good. I also look for backgrounds for product managers, product owners, right? I want to see 4 years as a product owner if they are in like a B2B position. And I don't want to see someone who's only worked with backend. I'm okay, totally flexible for other types of businesses, but for whatever reason, what I've learned is like, if it's going to be B2B, if it's going to be SaaS, it is really hard to work with founders who don't have any experience at all versus a consumer app where the founder does or doesn't have experience. Like those ones seem to be still open generally, but the people who want to work on software are, it's just more complex to be honest. It's typically more complex. And I have found that the harder personalities to work with have been in B2B SaaS and have not ever worked with designers at all, like at all. And they've only either worked in back end if they are a product owner, or they just haven't worked with creatives before. The other thing that I've noticed too, and I don't want to bucket like bad founders versus good founders, but like they're in a stage of growth is often what happens. And so they're also growing their skills as far as trying to be an executive, and you have to think about them as like pre-executive. This is the first time they're doing that. It's everyone's first time being on the project. And so there are some things that need to be set up, looking for is this team trying to get organized early on? Like, do they have a Notion set up? Are they using Google for calendar invites? The simple things, right? Project management. How are they managing projects? Do they have aspirations to manage projects? Those are good things. Like those are good things, and they go really underappreciated. And sometimes you got to know like things in startup land are very fluid. Like there's one team that I work with, they're excellent, right? I've never had a product board for them. Do they have a roadmap? Yes, they have a roadmap. So it's great. There are other personality types that I've learned to stay away from. And those are typically people who have zero experience, haven't built, B2B, are working on a complex B2B problem. Doesn't really make sense. Like I try to talk through that area, whatever they're thinking about, really like extensively. doesn't really make sense, and they haven't really thought about the experience, or they haven't thought about what the company will be like in 1 year or 5 years. And that's like the secret. Like, if they're not thinking about the long term, they're just trying to get money so that they can have a job temporarily. You don't want to be on that boat. Like, you do not want to be on that boat.
Would you ever work with founders who are like ex McKinsey? Like, they just don't really have any product building background, but they're just like, I can get you money.
Yes, it depends on the founder. If it's a mission-driven company and they know where they're wanting to go, absolutely. I would say that's not for everyone, though.
Yeah.
But I do think I'm going to say something controversial.
Okay, Jen, why don't you talk for like 2 minutes, because I gotta use the restroom really badly. It's been like 2 hours, so I'll be right back. So just riff.
Okay, I'm gonna rant to myself about this for a moment. Oh, this is so awkward. Oh, there. Oh,
I'm listening. I'm like, I'm taking all these mental notes. Seriously.
Now I've forgotten what I was going to say, but I think I was going to say, there are people who are definitely out there to start a business, and they have no idea how to run a business, and they don't even have aspirations of keeping that business long term. And then there are founders who've never founded a company, right? This is their first time, and they are in it, and like, they are reading books, they are on Wikipedia, they are in ChatGPT, trying to learn as much as they can. And those are the types that really show up well and try to get their business to the next stage. And so, like I was saying, like, they haven't thought about the 1 year or the 5 year. Those are the people. The 5 year people I typically don't want to work with. The people who aren't thinking about that roadmap, like, sometimes I'm like, oh, 5 years is really far out. But if they're not thinking about the roadmap even a year out, that's not a good sign. I was going to say something else, which I forgot, but there are people who I've avoided in the past where they haven't gotten back to me for a few days, and I'm like, that's not a good sign. I don't want to work with them. Or we start talking through the idea, and they're just things that don't quite make sense, and they're not sure. And I think some things like that are okay, but if you get to a place where you're discussing 4 or 5 different areas and they have no idea, not a good sign. Hey, Hang. You're back. That was fast.
I'm back. Yeah. Sorry, I was like doing the swivel dance. You can kind of like tell my increasing discomfort. I'm just like, I can't do it anymore. I gotta run. But thanks, everyone.
It's the preschool wiggle.
Yeah, I got the preschool wiggle going on. But I totally missed the controversial stuff, which I typically love. So
I think I was gonna like say I totally got distracted, and I think I was going to talk about people I've avoided in the past. There's here's one. Too many executives who not founded a company, not great. If there are too many people who've never worked together, not great. Oh, big one, huge one. Okay, so if you have 2 founders, the likelihood that business will succeed increases like astronomically. Like, it's much more likely that it will succeed. However, those founders need to have a good relationship with each other prior to starting the business. So if they are buddies from middle school, if they knew each other in college, if they met each other at work, great. I will say that working with one founder is harder than working with 2 founders. Don't ask me why. I don't know.
Do you have like it's like, is there always one founder you like more than the other one? Is that part of the reason? Or like, there's a more rational one where you can like be like, okay, this person's not listening to me, let me go to the other one.
It's not so much, usually they're in the room together, and so it's not so much as like one or the other, but it's like they will challenge each other and they have a respect for each other, because most often the ones that I work with have known each other for a long time. When they challenge each other, I can say like, this is what I think about this. How do you feel? And then they'll go back and forth, and then they'll come to an agreement, or the CEO will come to agreement. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they, when there's two founders, they're more open to another opinion, and then you have three people. So it's like, if there's two people who feel this way, usually go with the two people who feel this way, rather than like it's you and this other founder. With that said, you can have a tight relationship with that founder if you happen to like known them and worked with them in the past. It's just very, very uncommon. It's harder. And I think one single founder, there's a lot more stress for that person. And I have a very soft spot. I know, like, I'm talking crap about founders a little bit, but I have a soft spot for founders because I really do believe that it's incredibly difficult to do. And I have a lot of good friends who are founders now. So
What's like a good way to build trust with the founder early on as a designer? Because I feel like most designers kind of fail at this. They're so focused on their own belief systems and like what's the right way to do things that they go in and they just kind of like hit a wall with founders right off the bat.
yeah. So this sort of goes back to the idea that designers hide their work, right? Like we tend to show the best idea, or the idea that we think is going to work the best. And really, what we need to do is we need to show several ideas, or we need to, if a founder is like, I really want this idea, and you're like, not sure that's going to work out, you do show them the alternative, and you say like, hey, this is the way that we could do it, but we also have this way of doing it, and this is the benefits of this direction. And I have learned to let go of perfection in some cases, because it's like, ultimately this is their product. And, if it goes down, then I tried, but I'm also like, I give them an opportunity to show them a better way. And they more often than not will take it. And so as long as you're aligned with, exactly why they want to do something a certain way, you can typically come up with a better way, or you can show them an alternative that they didn't think through, and you just, you leave it up to them to make that decision. And you're just like, hey, okay, like, that's what it is.
I love that. Michelle, you had a question? Oh, and before you go, people, please donate, because we haven't had a donation for several minutes now. And we gotta hit the mark. We gotta get to 26,000, 100%. And I would so appreciate it. So again, top donor of this episode, I'm happy to coach you about anything you like. And yeah, please donate. You have the link in the comments. Hit it up. Thank you.
Yes, please donate. Thank you. And just total side note, but I'm sending Tiffany screenshots, and she's like, "What are you doing?" She's like, I'm like, she's very blown away. So my question for Jen, and this is actually a question I've had for a while. What is your opinion of founders who are also designers?
Nope.
No. Tell us why.
So, wait, design founder different from, that's actually what I was going to say. That was controversial. If you go into a company and the founder's been doing the design, no, just back out. Just back out. Unless that founder is a designer, just back out. And the reason why is because they've grown so attached to the work. And
they like it. It's like some kind of drug where they just like.
They don't like it. That's the thing. They don't like it. But they're so attached. It's like the most bizarre thing, because they actually don't want to do the design. That's why they've hired you. But they're so opinionated because they've worked on this thing and thought through it in the best way that they could. Probably not the best way that there is, but it is a red flag. Like I've told many people, like, don't, just stay away from it. Now, if you're a designer and that's your experience, and then you become a founder, way different. Like, do that all day long. Please, more designers become founders. But if your founder does not have a design background, nope, back out. Just leave alone.
Oh, okay.
You make him sound like Gollum, like the ring. Just like, I need it, but no, it's destroying me.
Yeah, no, it's the people that I've worked with that have been the hardest to work with have been doing the design themselves for a long time, like a year. And I'm like, no, we should do it this other way. And they're just like, no, I really like it. And I'm like, okay, what am I doing here? Like,
What do you
all
think
right.
about designers who become founders? Because I feel like people love that, but at the same time, like when I think of Brian Chesky, I'm like, is he really a designer anymore? He does not seem like a designer at all for
Well,
the
he
last
likes,
like
B. Chesky likes to say, I design organizations now. Like, that's what he likes to
sure.
say, which is true. He's also, B. Chesky is a really good guy. So designer as founder, I haven't spoken about this, but I actually think designers know how difficult it is to build something. And so I think what happens is we talk ourselves out of our best ideas. We're like, oh, that won't work for this reason. Or like, I could do that, but I could also just sleep and enjoy my life. And so I think, like, I don't want to phrase it this way, but I actually think designers are too smart to start their own businesses in most cases. Like, because they don't want to build something that's going to be incredibly hard to build. And they know all the flaws. Like we sit there and we analyze every single way of doing something, and we talk to users. We know the flaws. We know how hard it can be to build something. We've dealt with tech debt, like, and so I think designers are like, I don't really want to build a thing, but I do think generally the best products I've seen in the first few years of releasing a product, a designer has been on the founding team, or the product was built by a designer. And so I'm all for, like, like, start your own business as designers, like, if you can. But I just know that most designers are too smart. They don't want to make their lives too hard.
Okay. I've got something controversial to say.
Go
And
ahead.
I know we're way over time, Jen. I'm sorry, but you're free to run anytime you want.
I got time all day long.
All right. All right. So here's my controversial take. I don't think designers make good founders. I think designers make terrible founders in general. I'm not talking about like founders of like say agencies or like lifestyle companies. I'm talking about like fully scaled startups. And I think part of it is because designers have enough empathy to not make hard decisions. And sometimes those decisions are like required for the business, unfortunately. And like one example is I remember chatting briefly with the CEO of, I just say the name, Spring Health. I don't know if you know that company. They're based in New York, and she was hiring the first designer at the time. And I think there were around like 10 people, maybe 15 people, not that many. And right now they just hit unicorn status like a few months ago. And they have like maybe 1,000, probably like 500 to 1,000 employees or something. So they're doing extremely well. And I just remember at the time talking to the CEO, I'm just like, okay, I don't like you, but I think you're going to do really, really well. And you remind me of some of my classmates I met in high school who, I don't know, like,
It's a personality type. It really is.
yeah, where I'm just
Yeah.
like, like,
It,
so
there's
part of
there. Go
sorry,
ahead.
go on.
Sorry. I was going to
I,
say there's a relentless drive that some founders have, and there is an ability to rule with an iron fist and have a very clear understanding of what they want. And I think sometimes designers, like, part of design is trying to understand different perspectives. And so I think it can be difficult to navigate business decisions when you're like, that might not be good for the user experience, but it will make money.
well, so for the CEO of Spring Health, she was basically giving out take-home design exercises that are totally unpaid. And she was also saying like, oh, I need to work on this feature work. Like we have this problem. Let's see how you would solve this problem. And that was like 4 or 5 years ago. And that was like that was literally the last take home design exercise I ever did in my life. And that one was like where I'm just like, oh, this seems extremely suspicious. I think this is morally wrong. I feel taken advantage of. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, I think this is gonna be a really big company down the line. And yeah, so I did the design exercise and she never got back to me. It was just like I sent it over, no response. I'm like, okay, this person is like the worst kind of uh, leader you could work for as a designer. But at the same time, I felt like that company was going to take off. And over the years, I keep track of it a little bit. I'm like, huh, this is interesting. I want to see where they go. And they're just hitting milestone after milestone, raising a shit ton of money, even in the worst environments possible. And the funniest thing is, I also check their Glassdoor reviews once in a while.
Ooh.
And it's like the worst reviews I've ever seen. And it's like hilarious reviews where they're just like, oh, I know we're a mental health startup, but our mental health is terrible. Like this company destroys our mental health in some of the reviews. And it's funny too because like I would go there like once a year, just be like, oh, I want to see what's up. And the reviews are still the same. It's always like our mental health is just degraded and it's not good. This is not a good place. But they're also doing really, really well financially. And like one of the reviews recently was like, I'm surprised the New York Times has not done an expose on this yet. So anyway, I just thought there was like this dichotomy of like founders who are just not compatible with most designers and they're just so successful. And I think designers wouldn't be able to do that. Like I don't look, I think the CEO is incredible. Like she can do bigger things than I probably will ever do in my life. And at the same time, it's like, okay, that's like a little bit unethical. That's a little bit odd. Like that's not how I would operate, but maybe it makes me feel like maybe that's just like how you have to be in order to succeed as like a startup founder.
I think there's
No, the only thing I was gonna say is I think this goes back to what Jen was saying, why it's better to have two co-founders because
Whoa! Oh,
you can
mean.
have,
Sorry,
bad
the
designers
comments.
make bad founders.
Ooh.
I think it comes down to your definition of a bad designer, and it also comes down to your definition of what success is. But I think that that's kind of the point, right? You need balancing points of view from people who trust each other to come up with a better outcome that either of them could have done individually. So, where those traits come from, if you have somebody who is more empathetic, but then less business savvy, which is a very common scenario, and then you have people who are more business savvy, but perhaps less ethically driven, or perhaps have less of a creative background. Those are where you can have very strong foundations, I think, because the weaknesses will balance each other out. So that's all I was going to say. Like that makes perfect sense to me. If you expect one person to have all of those traits, that person does not exist. And that person can still go and get a lot of fundraising money and get their product off the ground, but doesn't mean they're a good person, doesn't mean that product is going to have legs, doesn't mean any of that. It just means that they could get funding. So if you are equating success with people who get funding, that is to me a different metric of success. But if you are equating like uh, if you're equating success with a product that makes sense, that people will need to use because it actually solves a real problem, then I think that having that dual founder model is very smart. And usually they know that. They know that they have partnered together because they balance each other out. So, I'm speaking from personal experience. It's not the same scale, but I have a producing partner I produce a lot of comedy events, and it's very similar. We each know what we're good at, and we trust the other person to execute on that. And then we have a lot of I wouldn't call them fights, but they are discussions for sure, where it's like, I don't know, man. But we come to a conclusion because we care about the end result more than our egos, and that's what makes it work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly that. Yeah. Having flashbacks to big egos. Yeah, I was reading some of the reviews from Spring Health, and it was funny because when you said she's a good person, you said something to the effect of that. I was reading at the same time this con, which says she creates a toxic culture from the top down, which leaves most employees burnt out, especially in a pandemic. And I was like, oh, it's like,
Oh, have you heard of The Wing?
no.
You know, heard of The Wing? So I forgot the
I
founder. Yeah, so The Wing is a co-working space for women only. So men
Oh,
like me
yeah.
are not
Okay.
allowed to, get membership there. And it grew like crazy because it just like hit all the right problems, right? You have women who don't want to be harassed, who want to find other like-minded women leaders in tech or, any space and like network together, work together. And that was like the nexus for all that. So they were growing like crazy. I think they hit like unicorn status. They were just, it was like so nice to be there from what I've heard. Like the environment's great. There's like good snacks and like good vibes, great networking, great connections. And then when COVID hit, they laid off all their facility staff because you don't need people to clean up the location anymore if no one's able to go in person. And their facility staff is, surprise, surprise, mostly BIPOC women,
Mm-hmm.
and the response was, okay, we'll give you some kind of like not even a separation fee, but like we're gonna help you tie things over with a few $100s, a few $1,000s, and they had like a fund set aside for that, and they like ran out very quickly,
Mm-hmm.
and they were like, okay, well, we run out, so sorry. And then George Floyd was murdered, and BLM, kicks off, and they donated like a lot of money, either like 10,000, 100,000 to funds for I forgot, like either police reform or like BLM, but it just kind of showed like, okay, you have all this money
Yeah.
to donate, and you're just like you say you care about Black people and BIPOC folks, and at the same time, the people you laid off, who, well, really weren't even laid off because they're probably like contracting workers, and you gave them like really crappy severance packages. They're the ones who are also Black people or BIPOC, and
Yeah.
that's just so that destroyed their company. Afterwards, it like led to strikes. People like it just they folded pretty quickly afterwards, got acquired. So kind of like that, and it's interesting like that. I don't think it's gonna happen to Spring. I mean, I don't know. I know nothing about the company except from the outside looking in, but it seems like they're surviving. They're doing well.
Yeah, they might be big enough where they can still survive, but this sort of, I guess, performative activism is a real issue. And it seems like, I mean, I've been at a few companies where I'm like, oh, that's an interesting thing to do and say publicly, when behind the scenes, yeah, just the opposite is going on. Or I personally have just complained about XYZ, and that happens to be a big issue in the company, and my issues are not getting resolved, but publicly everything's great, right? I also saw a similar thing happen at one of the bigger companies that I worked at. I mean, the other thing is sometimes when companies tout their DEI performance, they're like, oh, we have 30% of the company is BIPOC, and it happens just to be support, and the lowest paid wages. And I don't know how many companies I've worked at which this has been the case. It's like, oh, we have 10% Black people, and those 10%, and there's about, I think, 11 or 12 in our general population, are only working in support. Like I unfortunately can count the amount of Black people that I've worked with in corporate on two hands, and I think I'm at 8 now. and in 10 years, more than 10 years. And so it's just, it's sad because it's like, well, if you work in these corporate cultures and you happen to be Black or Native or even Asian, and or Latino is often a big one too, you see what's going on. You're not unaware, because you'll walk into a room and you'll know if you are different very quickly. And I remember one place I walked into, what's that like coupon? I think it's Honey. It was Honey. Whoops.
Honey.
So Honey, oh God, this was probably 8 years ago, I imagine, maybe 7 years ago. I went in for an interview, and there were 2 Asian people and everyone else was white. And I was like, I am not getting this job. And there's like 30 people in the building, and I was like, oh, I am not a culture fit. Like, and this is when I was still wearing my hair straight and, like, I don't know, performing my own performance. And but I knew, and I remember doing really well in that interview too. And I remember thinking, like, I am not, it's not going to happen. And this has happened at another company more recently, where they tried to hire a woman. And they've only
tried.
Yes.
What do you mean they tried? Like, how do you try to hire women? And because when you say try, it means you failed at it. Like,
yes.
Like, I tried to finish a marathon.
Yeah, like, we need someone with a uterus. Let's go get one.
This is a company that works on hardware, and I'm about to shame them. It's just gonna come out. And the founders have only worked at SpaceX, which has the same issue. And so they've been hiring, and the vast majority of who they've been hiring have been men. And I think the last number I heard, it was like 1 to 18. So 1 woman for 18 men. And they only had 40 or so, or a little bit more than that, 60 employees at the time, something like that. And so there were like 3 or 4 women, and they were trying to hire more. And then I looked more recently in the last 6 months or so, and I saw that they did hire some women who happened to be interns. And then I was like, oh, I'm sure this is going to go over well. This is why interns aren't allowed at some parties, holiday parties. I'm like, this is not going to go over well. So I think we have a handful of women, and the rest are men. And it is harder in hardware for sure, but it's certainly it's not even unconscious bias. It's just like, they're just like, yeah, men can do this job better. Like, a lot of times the guys really do believe that. So it's not unconscious at that point.
Oh, so upsetting.
Needless to say, I did not get that position. I wasn't sure about it anyways. I was like, I don't want to walk into a place that I only work with 2 other women or 3 other women. I was just like, no.
God.
It's gonna be bad news.
On the topic of interns, I saw a LinkedIn post a few days ago where somebody from X, like Twitter, said he's about to complete his internship as a designer there, and he is one of 3 designers at X.
I bet.
And he's about to leave.
Good for him. Good for that guy. I hope he remembers that experience and never returns.
Some Asian guy, but more so, it's like there are only 3 designers, and one of them is an intern who's leaving.
Yeah, I believe it. And Elon lost a lot of the good designers. Go figure, right? So even at Tesla, like, Tesla had some good designers, lost the designers. SpaceX never had good designers. So sorry, SpaceX. Sorry. Oh, said too much. My real feelings are coming out. And then X just they lost people, so including their good designers too. Or there's one guy I know that he's gonna stay there forever. He's your all-American. Yeah, he's your patriot. So I know he's gonna stay there forever.
At X? Or
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, I've got to figure it out. It's like 50-50.
I've read his posts. I've read what he puts, and so I'm like, yeah, he's a lifer. He's gonna stay there forever.
Oh God. Imagine if you're like that kind of person and you're like, I found my place in tech.
If you love Elon, then it's fine. It's a good place for you.
Yeah, you gotta do that. All right, so I have 5 more sessions after this, back to back to back to back, and I have 22 minutes to grab something to eat and walk my dog. So the real victim here is my dog because he's not getting much attention today. Yeah, I just want to thank you both so much for joining today and just talking through all this heavy stuff and like shooting the shit afterwards. It's been a lot of fun, and I really appreciate you both. It's been a good time.
It's been a
Thank
good
you so
time.
much. Thank you so much for organizing this hang. I wouldn't have come up with this on my own at all. And
It's
I
all
really
Lex.
appreciate it. And Lex.
So yeah, Lex Roman. So some of you who might not know Lex Roman, they are like they run journalists paid themselves, and they also organize a lot of stuff like this politically and also for their community. And they do such an amazing job. Like I would be completely lost in this whole process. My brain just does not work this way. So if you don't follow Lex Roman already, find them on LinkedIn and subscribe to their newsletter. They're pretty awesome. I learned a lot from them. So yeah, thank you so much. I'm gonna probably put up the "Be Right Back" sign. So everyone, audience members, if you take a moment, please donate to Tiffany's GoFundMe. I think we're at 79 donations now. John
Awesome.
Moore, the last donation. Thank you so much. You've done like 3 times already. And John Moore is actually the next guest. And he's going to teach us how to set up your own side gigs as a designer. He's got a pretty successful side gig. Well, not side gig, it's like his main hustle now, selling stuff on Amazon. And I think he's pulling in like either 5 or 6 digit revenue each year doing so, and he's applying his design skills to that. So it's super cool because like I think for most designers we're like, oh, let's be a contractor or let's like do fractional design, and he's just like, no, I'm gonna do something totally different and apply my design skills.
That's awesome.
So yeah, again, thank you so much, Jan. Thank you, Michelle. I'm gonna
Thank
put up the "Be Right Back" sign, and I'll see you all in like 20 something minutes.
All right.
Yeah,
Bye.
take care. All right, Michelle, let's put up the stuff that says "We'll be right back," and I'm gonna write a new banner. Be right back. Come on, banners. I gotta create a new banner. I'm so confused. Create a new folder. Be right back. Let's say next episode. Next episode with John Moore at 2 p.m. EST, 11 a.m. PST. Yeah, so details below. All right, we got everything. All right, folks, be right back. We're midway through our marathon, and I cannot be more excited. Please take this time to donate and spread the word, share this post, like it, comment. Really appreciate you. We're doing what we can. So awesome. Thank you so much. See you soon. All right, I think we're back. Thank you everyone for waiting. We have John Moore on the backstage. He's gonna come on in just a second, and we are live. Hey John, how's it going?
Hey, I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Thank you so much for taking the time today. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for doing this. I've never really done anything like this or really shared any of these things that I do other than, with founders I've worked with or friends, stuff like that. And so
Yeah,
it's exciting.
thank you everyone for
And
waiting.
hopefully I
Whoa.
can help a few people, take the next step and, get some courage to start something of their own.
Sorry, I had the live stream put on my phone, and now it's playing, so I can hear myself talking in the background. I'm like, damn it. Sorry about that. So thank you so much. And I actually think what you do is like super fascinating because I feel like for most designers, when they think about going off on their own, they're like, okay, I can either do an agency or I can be a contractor. But you kind of just like went off in your own direction and you're
Mhm.
applying your design skills in like really novel ways. So maybe you should talk a little bit about like what you do first, because maybe some of us don't know about that yet.
Yeah, sure. Someone just pulled up. So yeah, what I do mostly is, right now I run an Amazon business where I sell all kinds of different things. But before that, I've kind of done different serial entrepreneur things my whole life, starting from age 13. So I've always been in this mindset of where I just couldn't work for other people as my main source. I always saw that as a way to make money for all my side projects. So I just kind of changed the way I was thinking about things.
No worries.
Flowers.
Sorry. Yeah, we can still hear you.
I think I just moved to Utah, so I think a neighbor's dropping off flowers at my door.
What?
I think just because I'm the new neighbor in the neighborhood and they're being nice, I guess.
Huh. I should move to Utah because this would never happen in New York City.
Right?
We'd be like, oh, stranger danger, get away. So that's awesome. Yeah, no worries. Take your time.
So starting from age 13, I taught myself web design by, I saw people in video games making money and I thought, hey, how can I make money in video games? And that just kind of branched off. And, from then until now, I've probably launched and sold 20 small businesses through all of these ideas I have, which my first piece of advice is always stick with your ideas and don't sell out when you're young, just because you see another, bright idea and you're like, ooh, I need to do that and I need more money. Stick with your ideas and you'll be a lot happier. But now, I mostly run my Amazon business as well as 2 SaaS products that I'm currently developing. So hopefully I can share some light on that, and touch a little bit on what Jen was saying about how most designers are too smart to do all of these. And I think over the last 20 years, I've created, a system to help you get around that.
Tell us more.
Sure. So mainly the designers, like all of us, we're always looking to change the world. We want to work with people who are doing big things, make us happy. We don't want to create these things because it's too difficult, too hard. And my concept is stop doing that. Think about your retirement. Think about making money, and don't worry about working on something amazing. Working about your retirement, and that will allow you the freedom to choose who you work for. So most of the time when I'm doing this, it's giving me that freedom to choose which startups I work for that are making those differences. So you don't have to make the difference yourself. You can make money on the side that'll help you choose who you work for, and then you'll use their investors' money to change the world. And that's kind of my philosophy here. Even now, when the Amazon business is doing really well, I'm actually, I've talked to you about it. I'm looking for another full-time job because that's going to allow me to hire someone to run my Amazon business full-time. And that money, I can take half my salary to pay for that, to help scale things even quicker.
Was this kind of like a Rich Dad Poor Dad book that like started you off or something? Or like what was the impetus for all this?
For which part?
Because what you do is like
in general.
Yeah.
Really, it was just I've never really got the satisfaction working for other people. I always wanted to have that passive income in my background so I could just feel safe, have a better life for myself. And that was always the driving factor and on top of that, just being a workaholic, being obsessed with learning. So, and that kind of also transitioned into my career as a startup designer or founding designer, is acquiring all these skills, learning how to make these businesses myself made me the perfect candidate for startups where I can, take them from 0 to 1 and be that guy that does everything for them and saves them a lot of money, saves a lot of their runway. And so it's kind of a 2-for-1 deal. It worked really well in that way.
Yeah. So for people who don't know, you're actually one of the fastest designers I know. Like you cranked out all the graphics that we're using currently for this initiative, like all the video feeds and everything. So appreciate it so much.
Yeah.
And
And that
how
is
do
a
you
huge deal for startups for sure, is that I can, come in, Dynasty, the company that I worked for previously, within a year, I came in, built a full design system, hundreds of mobile and desktop screens, the full flow, and just kind of do everything for them and move as quickly as possible. So that is, kind of where I excel, is moving quickly, taking what little feedback I have from users or investors or the CEOs and finding out how to twist all of that and move as quickly as we can.
how do you differentiate between going for a higher paying design job versus doing your own thing? Because you could like definitely level up. You can say, oh, I'm going to go for a FANG. Some of them are paying like 300K, 350K per year.
Oh man, yeah, that's been kind of the struggle of my career for the last decade. Is, I have interviewed for companies with like Amazon and Microsoft and Zappos and gotten really high up in the process, and I've turned a few down just because during that process, when I felt like I was talking to zombies by the end of it, I just said I couldn't do it. It's like I know what it feels like to work for yourself. If I'm going to do this, I need to know that I'm going to be happy. So that's the main thing that stopped me from moving up versus working at startups. And then startups also give you that freedom to work on your things on the side. They kind of understand, and as long as you're, dedicating your time to them, they feel respected. It usually works out really well.
You work on a lot of different things right now, and some of them it's like hard for designers to like wrap their head around like how their design skills are applicable to this kind of job, where say you're drop shipping via Amazon or your Amazon business. How does that work exactly? Like what skills are transferable and what skills should designers be picking up right now to try out these kind of business ideas?
Okay. I'll try to hit on a couple of different areas to make this make a little more sense for everyone. As a designer, or at least most designers, visual designers in particular, we have the ability to craft a brand, trustworthiness, loyalty, professionalism, basically out of thin air. So if you think about it in that way, why not do that with your own brand or company of any kind? So a good example would be for the Amazon products. I don't do anything particularly special, but what I do is I take my design skills. So when most people start an Amazon company, they're scared of investing a lot of money. You have to buy thousands of products from China. They design and print everything for you. But if you can apply that as a designer and start smaller, you can buy your own printer. That'll allow you to apply your design skills to those labels. So you can do things that we're good at, like A/B testing, user testing. So you can start small. You can order 1,000 of those products with no labels, completely blank, have them in your house, print the labels yourself and apply them. And then, if the first 100 don't work, swap it up, do testing, do another 100. So that's in a very basic level how you could do it with Amazon. But there's a lot of other ways you could do that as well. So another good example that I gave you was, if you want to make money in your town locally, say you're, building website, you're a freelancer, you're doing websites for power washers or contractors of any kind. You could build them a power washing website, sure, but you're also a really good designer. You could build a power washing website for yourself in your city, which looks like the best power washing one in your city, because traditionally contractors don't have very good websites. So why not create the best, most professional, most trustworthy looking power washing website? And then, you can charge it, because of that, you can charge double the rate. And people will do that because they appreciate professionalism and things that look trustworthy. So, say it's $400 to do your driveway. You can make a site and charge $800. Then you could just go rent a power washer and make $800, or contract that out to other power washers and you never have to leave your house. That's a really grindy example, but it does work well.
So I feel like there are a lot of designers who can do that creative brief or create a new website that looks really professional and gets the point across that this is the good service you should buy, something that's trustworthy. And however, most designers don't really go much further beyond that. And it seems like they're also almost like missing something that enables them to just like bridge that chasm that which you're currently doing? Like, what is that exactly?
Ooh, that's a tricky question too. Yeah, I think a lot of it is just sticking it out. So the longer that you try to be an entrepreneur and doing these projects yourself, the better you're going to get at doing these. So because I've been doing it for 20 years, I get better and better and better at quickly launching these companies and understanding what works, what doesn't work. So some of it is just treating it like a hobby. You need to get in there and try. There's really no harm in that. And a lot of people are scared of that. Or maybe they think they don't have time, but just spend a few hours one evening, crank
Yeah.
out a WordPress website, make something nice and see how it goes. But mainly the big thing to do is just watch other big companies who are successful, even if it's in the tech industry, and find out how to apply that look to something you wouldn't normally see, like contracting industry or something similar.
So with your skill set, you're able to do a lot of different things. Like you can do a power washing company if you wanted to, a car wash even, or anything else where you can go and like provide the service, or you can contract it out to somebody else. How do you decide between one business idea versus the other?
Sure. So this kind of comes down to what I was talking about when Jen said most designers are too smart, and I've kind of created a criteria of why you should start a business or not. One being that it's not too hard. If it's something really hard, there's really no way you could do it without a whole team of people helping you. So there's a couple things I look for is the industry that you're doing this for already making a ton of money? Because you're not going to try and take them over. You're one person and you just need to steal a small chunk of the pie and you'll do really well. Then two is how can you differentiate yourself? So in my case for Amazon, I differentiate myself with packaging. So a good example would say that I've seen a lot of designers do is they try to sell jewelry. They're just like, I want to make a jewelry website. They toss up a Shopify and they stop there. But it's more than that. We're designers, we're UX people. So you got to think, how can I make this better? So you can take that jewelry. Now you can wrap a piece of twine around it with a personalized message to the customer. Put that in a craft recyclable gift box, and then wrap that again with something really pretty. Take photos of all of that for your site. So now your site photos look better than everyone's. You're personalized. You're giving a very personal message to your customer and feel. So now you're developing a brand. And that's another good example of just how designers, you need to take it a step beyond what everyone else does. And that's how you get your foot in the door. And then another one is make sure the industry for whatever you want to make, you have ability to acquire customers easily. So if you're trying to create a startup and you have no idea how to go reach everybody, or you need to, do manual leads like door to door, just forget that. You need a way to have easy access. So e-commerce is the easiest because you have Google ads, you have Amazon ads, all of that. But a good example would be all the software companies that have you embed something into their website, and at the very bottom it says powered by X company. So that's the perfect people to go after because they've just revealed to you thousands of their customers. So now you could decide like, hey, one that I'm making right now is a store locator software, similar to when you go to Starbucks and you click find a location. There's a lot of software they use to get those maps that generate locations, and all of them reveal what software they're using at the bottom. So that's a good example is you could create a micro SaaS where you just essentially copy them, replicate every feature, and now you have access to thousands upon thousands of customers that are easy to acquire. Another good example would be a lawyer directory like avo.com, and
Yeah.
where lawyers will come and they'll pay you money to be on your directory, and hopefully people find them. And the reason that that's easy is because all lawyers' information is public. As soon as you pass the bar, your information is public. So you could have someone scrape every state bar website, and now you have 2 million lawyers to market to. So yeah, try not to start a business unless you have a guaranteed way to access the customers that's not ridiculous, like going door to door, impossible ways. So that's been critical for me. What's another one?
John, I gotta interrupt you for 1 second
Yeah,
because first, people, please donate on the stream because I haven't seen any donations for the last 3 minutes, and I would really appreciate it if you were to donate some money to help Tiffany rebuild her home. And second thing is, my dog is freaking out a little bit, and I thought he did his business, but he has not completely. So, John, this is totally unfair because I think what you're saying is absolutely fascinating. I have a ton of questions. Michelle, would you mind filling in? Or Amanda Sweeney, the link that I gave you still works. So if you want to hop in and like chit chat for like 15 minutes, I would appreciate it. So, all right, I got to run for like 15 minutes. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much
No
for
problem.
being so flexible.
Yeah.
Hi, Juan.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you so much for joining us today. I find this this line of thinking fascinating, especially the bit that I was actually about to take a note. The bit about understanding how to get your customers versus knocking door to door. And I would love for you to expand on that because I do think that there is still this mentality of, we'll build it and then we'll figure out who the customers are. But I love the idea of doing it the other way. So can you talk more about that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, doing it the other way is what startups with millions and millions of dollars do, and that doesn't work for someone like us who just needs to get out there. And that's probably the hardest part, is just picking an industry where you know where the community is hanging out. Yeah, so I gave you the example with the powered by. I've given you the lawyer's example, and then the easiest example is definitely e-commerce, because we know we have Google Ads available to us, so you can target people directly. Same thing with Facebook, Instagram. Those are all the easiest ways. The other would be that whatever you're starting, make sure it's very niche, so you can go after very specific people. So another SaaS app I'm creating is a inventory management app for comic book stores.
Oh.
And that's an easy one. I know right where the customers are. They're in their comic book stores, and there's only a couple of them per city, and they all are outdated and they have no inventory software. It's probably the hardest part, is finding something you can launch where you know for sure you can talk to people. That is the hardest part for sure, which is why if you were going to do this, I'd recommend jumping into e-commerce, because Amazon, all of those, they'll do the marketing for you. But I don't recommend starting anything otherwise, because you're going to waste a lot of money. You might have a lot of fun, but it's hard.
And specifically when you say e-commerce, are you talking about reselling existing products, making your own products? Can you get a little more into that? Because e-commerce is actually quite a broad area.
Yeah, so I'm mainly referring to what's called private labeling through Amazon. So that's essentially where you're ordering products from China, India, Mexico, and you work with those suppliers to craft the product for you. And you can do that really successfully with pretty much anything, as long as you apply the design skills that I've talked about, is just thinking outside the box to get yourself in that industry. A really weird example is I sell these weird pieces of metal for people in the welding industry. I know nothing about welding, but because I saw this product cost $1 and sold for $38, I was like, this is, there's maybe 6 people on Amazon selling it. I was like, that's perfectly ripe for more competition, especially for a designer. So, all I had to do was create a company called, I don't want to review it, but it's something metals. And I made myself look like a legit metal company who's been doing this for a very long time. Really nice branding on the packaging. And people don't know that I'm just one man running the show, but giving them the exact same thing everyone else is giving. I'm just doing it in a prettier way.
So it sounds like you're finding, in a way, sort of almost untapped markets. There's a demonstrated demand for it, but there just are fewer entrants and competitors.
So that's ideal, yes, to try. So I have a whole laundry list of things that I've only been running this Amazon company for a little bit over a year now. In the first year, we did almost $500,000 in sales through these principles, and also reinvesting all of my money. And in the first 6 months, we're still working full time as a startup designer. And so I kind of channeled everything into marketing, just more and more and more and more. Which, if you can do that, that's the ideal way, is throw fuel into the fire and let it grow. Because when you're building these, because you're doing it the way that I'm explaining as a designer, you're going to have a lot of return customers. So you don't have to be scared about wasting money on advertising, because the lifetime value of those customers is going to be really high if you do it well.
Oh, and so it's almost like I actually hate this expression, but spray and pray. but it's, I do think it's somewhat, basically like trying to target everyone and you're really not targeting anyone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious, in your experiments, how many of these experimental, I'm going to call them businesses or ventures, do you have going at one given time?
Ooh, so right now I have 3, but there has been times where I had 5 to 6 going. And that's usually just because I was lucky enough to have a lot of development partners, which is the
Mhm.
big barrier to creating any type of SaaS product. And the hardest part, which is why they're also the slowest for me, is that barrier means I'm relying on a developer, and they're usually not as savvy with being an entrepreneur. It takes a very long time. And that's a big reason I'm doing the Amazon one now, is I can do it all on my own. And the other thing I want to touch on is, we hit on finding these untapped markets, but a lot of people come to me and they say, Amazon is saturated, or this category is saturated, or, any SaaS app is saturated. That is just an excuse. If something is saturated, that means it's working amazing for a lot of people. And there's no reason you can't just jump in, especially if you're a designer. All you have to do is find that little area to make it better, and you're going to gain customers. Because you got to remember, you're one person trying to make a great salary for yourself. You're not trying to create $1 billion company. And once you get into that mindset, you realize that, a multi-billion-dollar pie that's saturated, you need 1%. And that's people, they don't really grasp that either. And a lot of times you'll be happy with making a couple extra $1,000 a month, and that's very easy to do.
Yeah, I think that's so interesting. I wanted to comment just very quickly, and then I'm going to bring back on one of our previous guests. A friend of mine was one of the founding members of Resi, and I don't know if you remember, Resi was created at a time when OpenTable already existed.
Right.
And
Perfect.
quite frequently, he got told, no, this problem has already been solved. And he at the time could quote, I can't do it, but he could tell me how many restaurants there are in the United States and also, potentially globally, and basically could give very strong metrics around how OpenTable doesn't actually have all of the restaurants, first of all. And then secondly, Resi was creating a slightly different service and creating more data streams for restaurant owners to tap into. So it's sort of interesting. Like, there was absolutely a strong mentality that Resi was not needed. And it was acquired by American Express, and it is being used quite widely. So there's that. But I'm going to bring back Amanda Sweeney. Hi, Amanda. Welcome back.
Hello. It's so nice to meet you.
Dude, we were both in Atlanta, but I just moved to Salt Lake. I think I got here Wednesday.
Yeah. Ow, what timing? What impeccable timing. Oh, well, if you ever come back and visit, we should hang out and catch up in real life.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'll be there a couple of times a year visiting my girlfriend's family. So I need to start participating in design meetups in general. I've never done it.
Really?
I can help out with that.
Amanda, you have been putting some fun things in the comments. Do you have any questions for John?
Oh gosh, I don't want to take up airspace because I've actually really enjoyed listening to you and John the last few hours, just intermittently as I'm doing things over here. But one thing I was going to just, I guess, comment on, I have an ecom background and did some early work for sharecoke.com, and that I won't take credit for the success of that campaign, but was able to kind of like help nudge it along with the user experience and the UI and getting to personalize bottles. But the coffee shop video I put in the chat is something that when I joined Fjord, I had never really, as a designer, thought of the ecosystem in a holistic, systemic way of things. It's always been very kind of reactionary early on for me as a designer. I can see gaps, I can see need, and I can definitely tell when something's not good or not as good as it could be. But I didn't have the language or the frameworks to kind of think through it in a larger way. And I love the video. I love the coffee shop video. Unfortunately, LinkedIn doesn't have live URLs, so you might need to copy paste it to get in your browser. But it really started unlocking how I approach nascent markets, opportunities, gap areas, not just as a designer if I'm embedded on a team, but to like how you're describing, my own stuff on my own side hustles and things. The phrase like leapfrog opportunities, which is also something, Michelle, you were kind of describing with Resi. you don't have to be first to market. You don't have to be the biggest, like you were also mentioning. You just need a piece of the pie. But as designers, I think we're specially positioned to look at something and not accept it at face value. You know, we can always look at something and be like, side eye, okay. I know a better way, or I know an easier way that would have more meaning or more value or be a better experience. And I think that's what makes us unique and really chameleons in any market, in any domain, in any industry, not just digital, physical, like you were talking about with product. So yeah, it was more like a commentary. I loved that video. It exploded my mind when I saw it the first time. And yeah, I'd love to keep listening and hearing things that are working for you and just how things are going.
Ooh, I'm sorry, go ahead, John.
Also, yeah, no, that's kind of exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, that video is just differentiating ourselves, and I would love to find more ways to convince designers to do that for themselves instead of everyone else. Like, we know we can do it we've done it for, most of us have done it for hundreds of companies, and then we never stop and think, hey, let me do it. For the Amazon one, what originally got me into it 10 years ago is I stayed in an Airbnb for a guy who was making 10 million a year selling portable batteries on Amazon. And I just blew my mind. I was like, I need to get into this. I'm sad I waited 10 years, but it's wild.
10 million. Wow.
Yeah.
You know, I would love to hear, actually, because you've had so much experience doing this, John. What are some things that really surprised you? You know, just things you never would have expected, and, you know, would love to bring some attention to for any new entrepreneurs looking to start something like this.
Let's see. That's a really good one too. I mean, as far as Amazon goes, the things that I didn't expect would probably be just how terrible Amazon is. That's something you got to really be prepared for. There's a lot of learning curve, just learning all of their systems and then continually learning their systems as their design and development teams break them on a monthly basis. So that's a pretty funny one to learn. The other thing is there's a lot of communities out there for helping with this. There's tons of them on Reddit that will all try to guide you and learn how they've handled things. The other is there's a lot of red tape in the e-commerce world. So if you were going to start something, I recommend starting things without red tape, where one of the areas that I got into was essential oils. And they have a lot of red tape because, they go on people's skin. Some people try to put them in tea and digest them. All of those are things that could get you shut down if you're not careful. So there's a lot of extra money involved that you may not think of. So if you're trying to start a project, you want to look into the background, what regulations are required. Essential oils, for example, you might have to send every single oil to a lab, and that's going to cost you $250 per batch to test that oil to make sure it's safe and is actually real essential oil and not something that's diluted or synthetic. In very similar vein, you want to stay away from things like children's toys, because those also have to be sent to a lab and tested, where they put the toys through little tubes and make sure that they can't be choked on, little things like that. But those will eat away at your profits. But then again, if somebody has a lot of money to get started in this, then I do recommend going after those categories, because the harder it is to get into, the more lucrative it is because of that barrier. Most people get out when you could just push forward. So that's a really good one. What else? I mean, that's the other thing was, I would say you probably just want to pick things you're more passionate about. You can always, you can pivot, you can stay with what you're passionate about. But as you're going through this process, you're going to discover more things that you want to do as you learn more about Amazon or e-commerce in general, where I have a huge laundry list of products that I need to get to next year that I've just discovered that are amazing, but I don't have time, which is part of the reason I'm trying to get a normal job again, is I need to have someone run the day-to-day operations, and then I can focus on expansion only while working for a startup. So hopefully that answers your questions a little bit.
Yeah, no, it was fascinating. I was also wondering, I love what you said. The harder it is to get into, the more lucrative it is. Are there things that you, I had a really good question just now, but I think people are scared, right? And I at the same time, so there's probably I'm just going to really do very broad groupings. There are people who are scared to try it, And obviously you're doing a great job in saying it, you can do it. We're designers, we're resourceful, we can do it. At the same time, the people who have entered into the market only take it so far and need to take it a little further. So you had mentioned, people not taking it far enough. Are there any common mistakes that you see? Because it seems like you've actually combed the landscape quite a bit and looked at your other competitors. Are there things that you just realize are no-brainers that the majority of the entrants aren't doing?
I'd say the biggest one would be giving up too early. A lot of these businesses take time to start ramping up, but then once they do, it's amazing, and it's kind of ends up on autopilot. And then even more so, return customers start coming in. So over, your first 2 months are going to be horrible. And then you start getting a couple orders trickle in and a couple more. And then a year or two down the line, that just magnifies as you gain return customers, as well as you start ranking better on Amazon. So most people give up before they even get to that point because they don't understand why it's not working. But it's mostly Amazon's algorithm, in that it's the way that their algorithm works is the search is not based on anything except for making them money, not you money. So that's a tricky part. So for example, when you start out for the first maybe 6 months, your own brand name won't even work when you type it in, because Amazon knows that they will sell someone else's product better than your product for your name. And so it's all about the algorithm. So, and that takes time to get past that barrier and start ranking organically until Amazon believes that you will make sales. So a lot of people stop there. A lot of people make mistakes with sourcing products, where they will try to buy things from the U.S. That alone, you're done before you even started, unfortunately, because in e-commerce, it's set up that every penny will be drained out of you in marketing. And if you don't have the best deals like the people that you're competing against have, you can't compete with them in ads. So, you might be trying to run the ads, and maybe, for example, your keyword is $1.20 per click. Well, those keywords have gotten to the point they are because every competitor in the industry has determined that's what they can pay and still make 20% to pay their, pay all their COGS, their operating expenses. But you'll never be able to hit that number because you haven't gotten to the point they have in sourcing. So that can be really tricky to get through. But what I recommend going forward anyway, even if you're breaking even, because you're still building the business as you're breaking even, if you can afford it. That can be tricky.
Ooh. Well, then that actually leads me to another question I just had. So you had mentioned people give up too early. What are some signs maybe you should call it?
The signs you should call it are probably, I'd say the biggest ones that I've seen where people tried to launch products that nobody wanted, which kind of goes back to my first thing is pick a product that's already successful and guaranteed. They'll come up with an idea and they'll try to change ideas, and they've never really, we're designers and UX designers. You should have done this way in the beginning, and you didn't. And now you're sitting on 1,000 products nobody wants. But the good part is you could probably still sell them if you just drop the price. You could get your money back, start with a new product. So you don't really have to think of it as being too scary, because it's pretty easy to get your money back on Amazon. And then you could start again with something a little bit smarter, because it will be a learning process your first year for sure.
Okay, so no one wants your product. And it's a tough one, right? Because you still have to hang in there long enough for Amazon's algorithm to acknowledge that you exist, right? Yeah. So your product could be very valuable, but if no one can find it, that's a different issue.
Yep, they may not even know that you have it or that they want it yet, but you'll never know because you can't rank.
So I wonder, do you also what's the word? Stagger your experiments? So like you're in like one stage for one and another stage for another?
Yeah, so I'm tentatively, usually I'm running multiple staggers at the same time. So eventually I want to get past this, but what I've been doing for the last year is, I find the products that are doing really well and I order in small amounts, a couple hundred each. And if those start doing well, then I order a couple thousand each, so that those, I can get them sent to Amazon. They can all be running smoothly. So now I'm focusing on the next 5 or 6 products where I only have 100 or 200 each. Or sometimes if the supplier's good, they'll give you 10 or 20 each to start with. And you just kind of are continually running things through. And by the end, you'll either figure out you're making money, you're losing money, you're breaking even. And that kind of gives you an idea of, Should you keep going with that? Should you expand? Should you create 5 or 6 variants of the same item because it's doing really well? Like, I have a good example here is these are rose body oil. And so my first one that I did was Blue Lotus body oil, sold really well. So I expanded the same variant into rose body oil, neroli body oil, jasmine body oil. So that's a very good example. If it does really well, how can you improve it even further? And that is by cloning it with something very similar. Or you can bundle and package. And these are all things you would learn as you're playing around and expanding. It takes a long time, but it's very fun, at least.
Yeah, and you had mentioned that you know, it's good to pick something you're passionate about. I'm guessing you like essential oils because this is a lot of
yeah. I've always been the guy where like I walk into the gym or somewhere and everyone's like, "Oh, John's here." Just 'cause I've like always hunted down more like rare perfumes and ouds.
Wow, you're your own advertisement for your product, actually.
I try to be. Yeah, I wish the pod was here. I just moved, but the pod, if I would have shown you, there's rooms full of fragrances and perfumes, oils, bath pearls, all kinds of cosmetics, and then all the secret things I sell that are very strange, like welding things and metal parts. And
I was so curious about your logistics and your storage and like the behind the scenes ugly truth.
Rooms full of boxes and organized like bin setups that I've made.
You have to be an organized person, like to keep it all straight, especially if it's just you doing multiple streams.
Everything's organized except for my taxes and the really complicated part where I just keep saying that's a future me problem, like most founders of any type.
It's your accountant's problem.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question. So then is every like, for example, you had mentioned that you had created a metal product, and then obviously you're in the essential oils business. Are these all separate businesses?
Yeah, they're all separate brands on Amazon. Yep.
But I mean, for your taxes, like, are you exactly? Are they all LLCs, or how does that?
Yeah, they're all LLCs that would pass through to me. So essentially, I have to do taxes once for the most part. The way that they work. Eventually, I'll probably have to do it differently, but for now, it's small enough that I don't have to worry too much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious, John. I know this is specifically highlighting, you chose Amazon because of the low barrier for developing and maintaining from like an e-com perspective. I've experienced like decision atrophy and doing things in the past for similar reasons. But over the years, I've wanted to spin up like a shop for the startup I was part of or the company so we could have cool merch. And that led me down a small rabbit hole of trying to source or figure out a strategy for pre-orders before you go ahead and do your fulfillment and have sort of the reserves you were talking about, hundreds or a couple thousand if there's interest. So I would love to hear from you, and if it doesn't line up with Amazon, maybe it's like a side tangent you can talk about at the end. But pre-orders, thinking about sustainability and not just holding on to a lot of SKUs or a lot of product, and trying to like strike a good balance of need and desire while being ready to pull the trigger if you do go viral or if you do have a really successful marketing situation, and how you've kind of dealt with that in the past or how you might want to deal with it differently in the future.
Sure. So one of the things that I do that's, pretty much right along line with that is I will do pre-order for things that I'm curious about that are related to another product. So one of the industrial parts that I was mentioning, one of the main ones that I sells for $100 each, but there are variations of that product that sell for $300, $500, $1,000, $4,000 each. So the solution there was, instead of ordering the $4,000 item, which, is going to cost me about $1,500 per unit. So if I ordered 100 of those, I would be broke that day. So your only option is to place them on back order, but you don't really treat things as back orders. You let the customers know that it's like a pre-order or it's in production in 3 to 4 weeks delivery time. That way, if you do get interest in the order, you just immediately contact your supplier and you're like, hey, I need this urgent, send it. And then you just pay the urgency fees or the extra shipping fees to get that out. But now you do have validation that this product is working. So that's how I try to handle that. And then it's really just eventually I'll need to hire a logistics person to handle all of this, because it is getting increasingly hard to keep the inventory coming in without having too much. If you send too much to Amazon, they charge you. If you send too less to Amazon, they charge you or penalize you. So you're constantly sending and trying to determine how much you need. So that is another challenge, but it can be easier if you stick with less products, where I think I'm up to 40, 50 items, which, takes up, the storage pod that's being delivered, I think was a 25 footer, and half of that pod was my business. And then the rest was just furniture and such.
Oh my gosh. It's wild. What's up, Hank?
Welcome back,
Hey,
Hank.
Amanda. Hey, sorry, my dog refused to do number 2. He was just like, I'm gonna enjoy myself out here, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention while we were talking about, designers that are scared to jump into this or may not have, certain skills, is some of them might want to just stick with freelancing and doing web design for other people. And I had a really good tip that worked throughout my career was, instead of just trying to create another design studio agency and, a sea of people doing that, is try to focus yourself as a designer for specific things. And the example I always go to is, be the designer who makes churches for your city, or be the designer who does websites for contractors. If you can specialize what you do, and even if you've never done it, you can create 3 or 4 templates for a fake church. And now you're the specialized guy in your city to go to. And that has worked really amazing for me, and it allows you to triple your prices for the same reason. So just a little tip there for freelancers that are scared to get into it is, or they're having trouble getting clients, is create landing pages for specific niches.
I'm taking notes.
Trying to think if there's anything really, really big that I missed on the Amazon side of things. Because there's a ton of different businesses that I could talk about all day to see if they would help anyone, but there's just too many to go through. Another big one for designers in general, which another one applies perfectly to what we do, is that you can buy websites that are not pretty, they're doing poorly, buy them and you can flip them really quickly just by being a designer. So a good example of that is I bought a movie rental company that used affiliate marketing. So every time I would get someone to sign up, I would earn $10. And this is when Netflix was just coming out and everybody was trying to compete with them. But I bought watchfreemovies.org. It was just the site where you can sign up and watch movies for $10. It's probably long gone now, but at the time I bought it for $5,000. I completely redesigned it to look like IMDb, really pretty. If you try to sign up, it says, hey, you could watch this movie, but you need to sign up for a free $10 account. And then I sold that for $30,000 the next year. So that's another really easy way for people that are designers to think things differently. Buy a business, make that business better over the next few months, and then sell that business off or keep it, which is what I should have done.
You're applying like the home remodeling.
It's just like that. Yep.
Yeah. That's wild.
Just try to take anything you want to do and apply your design skills to it.
Fact, preach. That's why I love not being too boxed into one domain or industry, because there's patterns everywhere, right? And we're really good. Hank and I were talking about this earlier with Michelle too. There's patterns. People love patterns. Humans love patterns, even if they're not aware of it. And as often as you can take our ability to, we have no choice. I feel like at some point in your career, the patterns find you and you can't turn it off. Just try to reapply it and apply it to new things in new ways. And you'll probably have an edge on more people than not.
Yeah. I mean, other than that, anyone's always welcome to message me and share your ideas with me, and I can help you break them out and find out how to differentiate, what can make you different, maybe think of something you're not thinking. Because it's just it's way easier than you think if you just go do it.
I'm fascinated and I'm still intimidated. I believe you. But I think for me, I would want to start with one step. So if you could give me that one step I should do, what would it be?
It's hard to know without knowing what you're passionate about currently.
Okay.
Then it'd be really easy to guide you, like, boom, go do this. I could probably
Improv.
Yeah, like,
That's
Give me
true.
something.
I produce a lot of improv shows in New York.
Improv shows in New York. So, and you produce them. Well, give me a little more details besides the producing. Like what does that involve?
Working with the venue, working with the cast, making sure everybody knows what time to show up, doing practices in advance. I have a co-producer. It's a lot of communications, a lot of admin. It's a lot of project management. Project management is actually a very useful skill that is way more fun when you actually care about what you're making. So, and the shows that we produce tend to be for I would say people who are normally not represented in comedy. So we do a lot of all Asian improv shows, and we also do a diversity improv jam, where we take genres from different movies. And there's no experience necessary. Everyone just jumps up and creates a movie that no one will ever see again.
Interesting. So yeah, that's a tricky one because it would be hard to hit the step that I mentioned where easy access to your customers. That's the hard one.
Exactly. I'd love to know the secret to that.
Yeah. So I mean, in this case, I would say, you could start a blog or directory that lists all the, maybe all the improv shows that you would do, but do it for the whole country. And now you're a directory of all the ones coming up in an event. But the hard part there would be getting people to come to that. You might be able to get all the people that are doing the shows to join, but getting the actual users would be the hard part. But it'd be very easy to create that on WordPress, some kind of event blog that just every week lists all the improv shows for that week. But that's one I probably wouldn't do because, again, I wouldn't be able to get the normal customers coming to the show to visit that site without lots of money. So that's pushing the borderline, like this is a startup now.
Can I ask one question? I feel like this is not my show anymore, and I love that. So I want to ask, has there ever been a business where you're like, you regret going into, you're like, that was a bad idea?
That's a tricky one for me because I think every small business that I've done was fun, was profitable, and I sold it because I always picked something I was excited about. And
you never lose.
But I would say there's a lot of websites I've made for other people that I was not happy about. That because before this, I built a little over 300 e-commerce sites in my studio industry, and that was loads and loads of sites I would not even show anybody. But other than that, if I made it myself, I was usually pretty happy that I can think of. Okay, I did get one. Cryptocurrency. I definitely went down the rabbit hole of being obsessed with crypto. I tried creating my own crypto coin. It was called QPay, and the idea was just be a quick way to pay your friends with cryptocurrency, and as a more of like a fun kind of like a gag gift, where you could send each other this coin that meant nothing, but it was just funny. Have you guys seen Whose Line Is It Anyway?
Yes.
The points don't matter. It was like that, where like your friend would do something funny, and you'd be like, 1,000 QPay coins to you, and you'd send it to them. It was kind of like a gag gift crypto coin. That was the only one that I'm sad I didn't go down because I probably burned a year of my life being obsessed with crypto.
1 year.
2010. I could go down. I had cryptocurrency mining machines in my apartment, so I was mining Bitcoin. Had a lot of that. Yeah. At the time, the Bitcoin that I had would have been worth like 200-300 million now.
I was gonna say, did you get rid of your machine?
I got rid of everything, but I did okay. I think I made around 30,000 or so in Bitcoin at the time when the first bubble happened. I think they were worth $7. It jumped up to 30, and I sold everything. Dang. Then I did that again 2 or 3 more times, and then now it's worth 100,000 or something crazy. But who could expect that, and who would hold on that long? Nobody.
That's like a whole nother episode.
I know.
You blew Hang's mind. Like he's not even.
No, you know what blows my mind the most out of everything you just said? The fact that you're so okay with it. I would not live that down. I read that book Siddhartha by Herman Hesse, and I learned nothing from that book. So I lack the maturity to look at this with perspective.
I've had a few low points where I'm like, what did I do? But no, it was a fun experience, and it always helped me in some way at the time. But also thanks everyone for joining on and helping me, do all of this. I'm usually not great at, live things like this and don't really talk about this stuff much.
Oh my God, you're like a natural, and I'm so thankful, Amanda and Michelle, for jumping in because my dog was like at the door. So I appreciate that.
I know. I feel like I just want to create products and then I want to ask John to just sell them for me. Because I think that's the fun part, right? The fun part is like, oh, let's make this cool thing. But the hard part is literally everything else,
100%, Michelle.
right? I know.
I align with you on that.
Like I can come up with something to sell. There's tons of. I probably have a bunch of hat ideas. I'm always like, oh, put that on a t-shirt. I have a bunch of those. Put that on a t-shirt. But then, just because you make the t-shirt doesn't mean anyone's gonna buy it.
It kind of goes back to what I was saying before. Is like make that cool t-shirt idea, but then take it a step further. Go to China, figure out how to make that t-shirt fit better than other people's t-shirt, make it feel quality, put really nice branding, really good tags on it. So like it feels like they're buying from Patagonia or one of these other crazy ones. And now it has your cool design on it and it's a good shirt. You take everything one step up from where you think it is. Everyone wants to sell shirts, but no one wants to make the shirt themselves and the design and the packaging.
And the marketing.
And the marketing, yeah.
The marketing is really hard for t-shirts and things, but luckily with TikTok these days, you can do pretty well with anything design-wise.
Oh, can we talk more about that? How
For
is
at least,
TikTok in your flow of all these things that
6
you're doing right now?
It depends on the product. If you can get something flashy where people are just mind blown by it, then TikTok is where to go, because you can just make a little video messing around with whatever it is you have. And if they haven't seen it before, you just keep doing it. You might go viral, get like a couple 100,000 views and 100 orders. It's more of a grind, I would say, but it is a good way to get out there, especially if you're building like a t-shirt brand, for example, and you can talk in the video about why your brand's different. Is it sustainably sourced and eco-friendly? Are you donating to something important? All of those things take off on TikTok pretty well. But it is a lot of work. That's the area of things I don't like to do.
I feel like I've been witnessing a lot of entrepreneurs, owners on TikTok when it comes to e-com, really like meeting the TikTok deadline with this realistic, this is not going to be viable for me, which is extremely just like I obviously am not in this space. I don't actively participate, but I observe and lurk and digest it. And I can't help but think like how incredibly tone deaf, but insert me not being surprised, that this has become a viable place for people to sell, to have businesses, to get quicker to market success than they would have with other channels like YouTube or Instagram or old school marketing on Google with SEO. And how awful is that with more and more natural disasters coming up, with a new presidential year coming up? And it's just, I'm curious, like if this room has any, one, commentary on that, but two, alternative sources for TikTok store that's been so successful, just seeing some people's demographic breakdowns on it being the most successful channel for how they sell their products versus Instagram, Facebook, what have you.
That's a hard one. There's really nothing like it right now other than Etsy would be the closest, but it's mostly that's for handmade type items. But I'm a little worried about the same thing you mentioned. Yeah, there's nothing similar out there yet.
The Chinese apps will take over. I'm serious. Like, the Xiaohongshu. Have you heard of that yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I have, actually, yeah.
Yeah, it's the replacement. I mean, it's a Chinese clone of TikTok it's also China owned. And people are flocking to that. They call it Red Note, and it's named after Mao Zedong's little red book, like about his all his tenets and everything. So it's very socialist or communist. It's very communist.
There's layers to that.
Yeah. It's like calling it Lenin's book or something. It's like Mao's little red book, and so it's called Xiaohongshu, literally meaning little red book, which is the name after Mao's book. But they have really good systems in place to sell products, just like TikTok. And it's all like it overloads your senses. Like I cannot use that app. I get like overwhelmed.
Yeah, TikTok is overwhelming as it's I don't know. I think people it's a very love-hate relationship. People are very in or they're not on it at all. But if you're in, I mean, that's your audience right there. They are hooked.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I joined TikTok out of competitive research for a gig, and I reluctantly stayed, and then my algorithm got better, and then I stayed out of like gross curiosity and also just like on the ground news sourcing, to be perfectly honest, especially with the hurricane up in Asheville a couple months back. Like I felt just as informed as I do about the LA Altadena Palisades fire back then about Asheville, and people in Georgia where I'm at had no clue about some of the things in Asheville still, and I was just like, I digress again. Well, thanks for letting me crash for a little bit, you guys. I do have to head out, but it was so nice getting to meet you, John, and appreciate everyone letting me come back for a brief moment, sharing the stage.
Yeah.
Thank you, Amanda.
I'll
Thanks
give
for
you a
saving.
travel out in Atlanta next time.
Yeah, please do. Reach out to me. Don't be a stranger.
Thanks,
Will do.
Amanda. Appreciate it. All right. I have my therapy session in like 2 minutes, and I'm just gonna be like, I have nothing to complain about because I'm running out of energy. It'll be the easiest therapy session ever.
It can be the session you practice gratitude. I think
Yeah.
practicing gratitude is a really good thing for all of us to do all the time.
Yeah. Oh, I have a horrible idea. It's terrible, but
You have to share it.
yeah. I I made a mock-up for it, and it's a red hat that says "Make UX Great Again."
Oh boy, that is a horrible idea.
I feel like I can sell like maybe 50 of them.
Well,
That's
you
like
could
a
also
gag
get
gift.
people who can't spell and accidentally bought the wrong hat.
Make UX great again. That's my idea.
Yeah, people might think they're buying Make US Great Again. People, yeah, which is fine, right? But then you know, hopefully they don't ask for their money back. But yeah,
We should do a hackathon.
what do you mean?
Like we have 24 hours to make a viable business and then turn around and sell it within a week.
That would be fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, a week is tough though. And John was saying that most people give up a little too easily on e-commerce, and so you got to give it like 2 months. And I believe with the sales of the business, you'd mentioned maybe holding on to it for a year and then selling it.
A year would be, well, a year is when you kind of know if you're doing really well or not, and that's the point where you're ready to scale. So a year, if you've done well, that's when the first round of investors want to come in and they want to steal your business out from under you because they know it's about to blow up and they just need to throw money on it. The next one is after you pass $1 million in revenue. That's the next big one where they want to steal your business from you. But again, don't sell out early. I've learned this lesson so many times.
I think you're muted, Hank.
Sorry. What happened? I gotta run really quick, but like, was there something where it blew up right after you sold it?
There's just so many businesses since 18 to 30 where I've created wallpaper websites, solar panel blogs, a movie rental website, guides for World of Warcraft people, all these different sites that did really well with advertising revenue. And because I was young, people would message me and say, "Hey, I'll buy that site from you for 30 grand." I was like, 30? I can make 2 more sites with that. And I would sell out and sell out. When if I would have held on to these for 3, 4, or 5 more years, the advertising revenue would have gotten there anyway. So just my lesson was always don't sell out. Hold on no matter what someone offers you.
Wow. That's a hard one to do.
Yeah. Unless it's like a retirement level offer, don't do it.
Wow.
But part of the goal for the Amazon business is get it to around 5 million in value and take everything that I've learned, but do it even quicker with $5 million. So because it took a long time to learn all of this, but now I know exactly how to put the fuel under an Amazon business, and that just takes funding.
Huh.
We'll see.
Okay. Okay, this is fascinating. I definitely want to continue this, John. We need to like rebook you for another episode and like really dig deep, because this is fascinating from like a growth perspective. But I gotta run. Michelle, would you mind wrapping up, putting up the sign for the next call? It's in 1 hour. I actually have to set up that call because that's a surprise guest with Yadi and Sujin.
Oh, okay, sure. We'll figure it out. But in the meantime, let's thank John for being on this live stream today. Thank you so much for donating to Tiffany's GoFundMe. Thank you for everyone who did donate. And we are going to be streaming some more content this afternoon and for the next several days. So yeah, just thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, John.
I'll be hanging out around for all the new ones.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Take care.